Gonna be appearing here in a little bit. Hold what you got. What's up, y'all? Let me turn this down real quick. I'm not exactly sure what. Oh, my bad. Hey, stop that. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with what's like. It's the YouTube event shit, man. Ever since they moved over to this new stupid shit with the, you know, the whole live streaming thing, because they moved over to the new YouTube studio. It fucked everything up. Like, I'm trying to go live. I'm using all of the settings that I normally would use for my encoder. Not normally would use, that they specifically gave me to go live during that event, and the shit wasn't working. So it's like, fuck it, I'll just go on the stream now shit, man. Like, they need to stop changing shit, man. They always changing shit. But, you know, here we are. Better later than never, right? For those that are, you know, late to the party, what's happening today is that I am going to be having a discussion with a guy who had some, let's say, very interesting things to say. I was hoping to give you guys the rundown. I don't know if this guy's already ready, because I know he said he'd be ready around 7 or you know, something like that. So let me make sure that he's not ready. I would like to give you guys sort of the backstory before we go live, so we're not going into this blind and you guys don't know what's going on. But hold on just a second. Let me make sure that I have this correct. Okay, so long story short, I was tagged into somebody tagged me into a post that had a bunch of other, I guess, guys that identify as Blerds.
Look
right?
at that.
So
whoa.
We got ourselves a Mac.
Booga Booga also,
if that's correct, with a $50 super chat. Am I reading that wrong? Holy shit. $50 super chat.
Super chat.
We also got a new Mac as well. Welcome, Jeremy Joestar. New Mac as well. Ooga Booga with a $50 super chat. Man, he's always killing it, man. Let me just, again, give you guys a backstory. Another YouTuber. I don't know if the guy's a YouTuber. Let's say he's some fucking rando. He fucking had some interesting things to say. He did a video and he was talking about my recent comments on what's going down with Captain Falcon. Let's say that. And this guy, who is apparently a content creator, I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you. I was not familiar with him until then, the guy that we're going to be debating here. But he apparently took issue with some of what I said. And he said that I was baiting for clicks. He also alluded to these ideas of me being or something about misogynistic rage, all of this other stuff. And that's sort of what we're going to be having a discussion about tonight, because I took issue with what he said, and I'm going to, again, explain this to him right off the bat. So, again, there's no transparency. So there is transparency. But right off the bat, he's talking about some triggered, you're not, you're dodging and all of this other silly shit. And I was like, hey, guy, let's have a discussion. Let's have a debate. I'm actually formally challenging you to a debate, because I do take issue with some. You can dislike me all you want, but to try to paint this narrative of it as if I'm like running from you, you know what I mean? Especially another creator is absolute buffoonery, considering that, the massive amounts of debates that we've had and that I've had in the past. It's just completely nonsensical. So let's see what this guy has to say. I am going to message him. We'll get him in whenever he's ready. I'll make sure I patch him in. But that's more so what happened and what led into today. So it's a very interesting thing. It's a very, very interesting thing, because that led into another conversation with these other guys that also identify as quote unquote Blerds, calling me out of my name, obviously in reference to my color, because apparently I don't have the positions, and I don't make content like they think a black person should make, right? So we're going to absolutely be having those sorts of conversations here. And I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I don't think these guys are equipped for this shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be completely honest. And I hope this guy doesn't make an ass of himself, but I will be holding him to that same energy that he had via tweet, even more recent tweet that he had popped off. We're gonna see what he has to say about himself. Ladies bringing food too. So thanks, bud.
I hope you like them.
Yeah. Cool. You don't get no food, boy. So I'll wait on him. I'm gonna wait on him, and we're gonna, we'll see what happens. GW, yep, there she is, Brando. No, it's not Kane. It's she made these. These are her wings. Baby, you got a paper towel? Oh shit, my bad. Thanks. No, this is actual like chicken wings. It's really good, babe. Well, you did a really good job. You killed it. It's really good. Homemade ranch, homemade wings, homemade fries. Monetize haters all day long, baby. But yeah, like the whole conversation started with this. Again, just for complete transparency, it started with this. So I got tagged in this guy's comment, right? This guy claimed I was baiting for clicks, and all of this other stuff, which again was an interesting comment, because I don't know how anybody can classify my content as that, right? It's not like I run away from any sort of conversation, and I'm pretty honest with you guys, and I'm honest with people that I talk to about this stuff. Like, these are my positions. I don't have a filter per se, in a sense that I don't like say things just for the sake of saying things. Like, these are actually my positions, right? So this guy's saying all this stuff, and he even recently just stated, like, this is a weird man. And again, I'm gonna get him to clarify all of this stuff here, because this guy, it's not my problem. But yeah, so this guy had this to say about, like, he's still, not this guy. This is the guy that initially tagged me. But yeah, it's like these guys conjure up these like weird ass narratives, like triggered, right? Somebody's afraid to talk to them, right? It's like, these guys live in a bubble. You know what I mean? Like a bubble. And maybe all they do is converse with people that agree with them. I don't do that. Like, I've never done that. That's never been the thing that we do on this page. Again, it's like this guy right here is like, got so triggered by the fact that I didn't like his content. Right. Remember, this is what he's claiming right here. Right. So we could see why he would tweet this. I don't know. This is going to be the guy that we're debating. Why he would tweet this, I'm not exactly sure, considering that if we go all the way up to the initial comment, there is no indication that I had an issue with you disliking me. In fact, if you go through those comments, I'm trying to get him to just admit that, because he's using loose definitions, saying that I bait for clicks, but he doesn't, right? So I'm trying to get him to define them, and he refuses to define the terms that he's using, all to go back to this idea that, I'm baiting for clicks, right? So he again, this is what he just said 42 minutes ago. He's like, oh, it's triggered. Like, no, man, like this, I'm the one been trying to get you to just admit you don't like me. That's fine. You don't have to like me. Anybody can like me or dislike me. That's fine. But if you're going to make a positive claim, do not expect, and again, maybe if you don't converse with people that you disagree with, you're not used to that. But if I make a positive claim, I expect to be confronted with it. I expect to argue it. I expect to have to defend my position. And I don't think these guys are used to that. So this is why the minute a guy responds to him, and all I said was, hey, what do you mean baiting for clicks, essentially? Triggered. This guy's so triggered that I don't dislike him. It's like, come on, man. Like, we're supposed to be adults here, at least I thought. So, we'll let him defend himself, and we'll see what's happening. I'm just waiting for him to call me. And while we're waiting for him, I'm going to eat these fucking wings. By the way, if you guys are here, please thumbs this video up. This is going to be a good one. I have a feeling this is a good one. And after we get this guy on, I may be getting another person on, the guy that started that whole thread, because he said some things too. They're not boneless. No, we don't. We're fucking chicken nuggets. I'm a man. Here we go, baby. All right, I'm here.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, man? Glad we finally got this taken care of, and now we're both sort of here. We kind of made this happen on the fly, and then you agreed to it pretty much, immediately after we had the little powwow, the little back and forth that we then had. So this is a simulcast. For I haven't told them that yet. This is the simulcast. I believe he's live.
Yes.
So he is live on his own page. So this, if you guys want that perspective, you're welcome to go over there. His name's Blerd without fear. Now, to get things going, I've already given the background of what took place, right? And there was a guy that commented on, not necessarily comment, I was tagged in a video that I guess that he did, in which he apparently took some issues with what it was that I had to say about certain things, and that's fine. And you, on the other hand, had something to say about that as well, which obviously I took issue and that was this whole I bait for clicks. That was one thing that I want you to be able to sort of expand upon what you mean. Bait for clicks. You also talked about the whole monetizing of people that, I guess, of rage and quote unquote misogynistic views. I just want to give you a chance to more so explain, now that we're here talking amongst each other. I want to give you the opportunity to explain where you were coming from with that, and we'll sit up here and we'll have a cordial discussion about that.
Okay. Well, I mean, first things first, in regards to the tweet and everything. So I'll be brutally honest with you. I didn't watch the video until after the fact. I was just simply responding to what I was tagged in. Now, as far as the video itself, I went and watched it. I took a look at it. I don't agree with a lot of what was said, at least in regards to the one thing that seemed to be the I guess the topic of discussion. But I mean, as far as like the whole baiting for clicks, whatever, the whole monetizing people's outrage, outrage culture, all that. I mean, my thing is, I've seen your videos before, like today. Like I've stumbled across you on YouTube multiple times. You've been at it a lot longer than I have. I would dare say what, 5-6 years in the game.
For you or me?
For you.
For me, well, no, as a content creator, probably much longer than that. But I mean, for the sake of the conversation, yeah, we can run with that. But yeah, I've been kind of creating content one way or another I started this YouTube when I was 16 years old, so that was 2006, 2007. But like getting more notable, yes, that's probably when the band and all of that stuff took off. So yeah, roughly five years ago was when, let's say, people started paying attention.
Okay. There you go.
Fair, so that's fair.
There you go. I've been at it probably about equally as long, but only like seriously for about maybe 3 years, maybe. Okay. So that said, when I like one of the first videos I think I ever saw yours, and that was that was actually kind of where the disconnect for me began. And go ahead and drudge up old garbage that's not even important anymore. Captain Marvel. And you were actually in a video that I saw, because I like to get people's perspective. So when I see someone talking about another YouTuber, I go and I take a look. I want to hear what everybody has to say. So I took a look at that video. Someone was saying, oh, he said this, he said that, or whatever. And I wanted to see it for myself. Watched it, saw you said exactly what they said. And it was some pretty rough stuff. That's cool. That's your opinion. I'm not trying to tell you to be a better person. I'm not trying to change your opinion of anything or whatever. But my thing was when I just kind of say, I'm just going to ignore this guy. It's not my cup of tea. I'm going to move on with my life. So then I get tagged in this today, and everybody's like going on about, Falcon, this, that, and the third. He shouldn't be Captain America, this, that, and the third. Things that, honestly aren't important. And then I realizing who it was he was talking about, I said what I said, and I'm not gonna lie, I meant every minute of it. With that, because that's what I feel like happens. I feel like you maybe whether you realize it or not, I feel like you draw out those people who are outraged, people who are already upset about something. They want something to cling to. They want something to latch on to. And I kind of feel like that is what you give them. Whether it's for right or whether it's for wrong, whatever. What you do, with your channel, that's your business, free country. But I don't know. I just kind of felt like it was disingenuous, to do stuff like that, because it's like, why spread negativity when you could just instead spread positivity? It's an easier thing to do. But I don't know. I just didn't jive with it. I still don't jive with it, honestly. I watched one of your other videos where you were debating somebody because I wanted to see exactly what I was walking into. And like I said, I watched you clown the shit out of dude. Which I'll give you credit. Guy was an idiot. But that was one of those things. I was like, I kind of, that's why when I tweeted you back, when you made me the offer, I said, hey, this is what, I just want you to know what you're asking me to do. And not saying that I'm hesitant, but just saying that I'm letting you know that you're basically inviting me in the situation where the cards are ultimately going to be stacked against me. But I have no problem walking into it.
Well, I don't understand that latter part, because again, it's not like I have a producer or anybody that runs my channel. I run everything, and this is why I threw the offer out there that I'm willing to go to yours. I don't think that people are going to respond more so how they respond. I don't necessarily think that's necessarily important, or thinking that you're walking yourself into. Maybe if I was trying to facilitate the entire thing, that's what it was. But I wanted to set this up more like a discussion, as my other talks are, because I don't have a production team. And I'm
neither do
also a
I.
guy. I'm also a guy that does this for a literal living. Like more so on the political landscape, but I do that for a living where I'm going to other people's platforms and I'm arguing and I'm debating. I have absolutely no problem with being confronted with my views, going to other people's platforms, having them on mine. That is nothing that's not necessarily anything new. That's something that I've been doing for a very, very, very long time as a content creator. But to piggyback off of some of the points that you made, I have my positions are my positions, right? And this is why I wanted you to go out there and define some of the terms you were using, because I don't feel as if you're being fair in a sense that, or I don't understand where you're coming from in terms of the definitions that you're utilizing when you say somebody's baiting for clicks or something of that nature. Now, the way I do my videos, it's just I turn my camera on, I have an idea, something happens, I respond to it, and I put it out there. How that comes across is exactly how it comes across. Like, I put out material and I respond to general material that I, let's say, read, that I consume, or in some way, shape, or form. I just put it out there. This whole idea, and this is what I took issue with, that I'm baiting, for clicks, or and even going to what you just said with the whole positivity. Like, I have an issue with how the direction that mainstream comics is going. I have a big time issue. I don't understand why I am, I guess, in or more so, I would love to hear your explanation as to why I'm somehow obligated to, let's say, only talk about good things, certainly when I feel like there's a lot more bad things happening in mainstream comics and there are good things. Why am I under some sort of requirement to stay quote unquote positive, especially when I feel like what I'm doing is positive, because I'm trying to rid the let's say the game of what it is right now. I would like that to be removed. I don't want that there. And I think there is some problems. There's more so a content problem when it comes to comic books. Therefore, I put it out there. I mean, if there are individuals that feel a similar way that I do, I don't understand how somehow that becomes illegitimate or less legitimate than, let's say, how you approach your content, because you, I guess, put out things that are positive. And it's not like I don't put out material highlighting comic books that I enjoy that get put out even today, old and new. I put out, I just did a video talking about the reviews that I have. And actually, if you go number to number, I have more positive reviews of current comic books than I actually have negative ones. So I don't understand why I should have your approach. And I also definitely, if I don't agree with the idea that, or I don't know where your position is on current comic books, but definitely if I see that there's an issue with current comic books in terms of their content, why wouldn't I speak on that? What is the issue there? And again, how is that quote unquote baiting for clicks different than what you do as a content creator, when I'm guessing you don't do what I do? And I'm not gonna act like I'm just entirely familiar with all of your videos, but I'm assuming that you don't do videos like I do. And why is how you do it more legitimate than how I do it?
Well, I can answer that because I never said that what you do is illegitimate. I think that's
okay. Any
Go
term,
ahead.
like let's say like negative, and again, okay, let me clarify. You say that it's baiting for clicks. Okay, let's just focus on that term. Why is what you do not baiting, quote unquote, baiting for clicks versus what I do is baiting, quote unquote, baiting for clicks?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about bigot baiting. Like, you are basically attracting those people, like these people who, honestly, just be brutally honest, I'm assuming comics gators, people who, like, they honestly, just general people, just based on the interactions I had with some of your fans on Twitter today. Sorry, they don't really strike me as nice people. But my thing is, I never say anything about what you're doing being illegitimate. I never said
Well,
that.
like I said, I'm using that term more so in what I'm using that I'm talking about, like, as in you put the connotation as if I do that specifically for that, right? You said baiting, right? You used the term baiting. That's what. So let's not focus so much on the term illegitimate. More so, let's focus on the idea behind it. And again, going back to that, you say that what I do is quote unquote baiting for clicks. I would just want you, for the sake of the conversation, to more so define that, and why is it that you, I guess, don't, unless you maybe are saying that you do bait for clicks. If you don't feel what you do is baiting for clicks, I just want to know the differentiation. What's the measure, here?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. And this is something that actually came up when we were talking on Twitter, but I think somewhere in the middle got lost in translation. What I'm talking about when I say that you were baiting, I'm talking about you were bigot baiting. Like the content you were putting out there is like, I feel like it is specifically designed to cater to a very specific audience.
Why do you feel that way? And I guess say who that specific audience is, and why do you feel that way?
I feel it is directly aimed at people who are comics gators, with a little bit of fewer of them are left. People who are already angry, people already pissed off about something, people who feel like, oh, these comics don't represent me, even though they've been representing them for forever. My thing is, you look at, okay, the argument you made about Falcon. You say, okay, I don't want this guy to be Captain America. Fine, that's cool. You are entitled to your opinion. But my thing is, like, talking about these people, like saying, oh, these characters are tokenized. Here's my thing. I feel like, and maybe this is just me, but I feel like maybe you have some issue with legacy characters who pick up a mantle from another character. So I would ask you the question, how do you feel about Barry Allen?
I feel Barry Allen is, he's and obviously not the first, but he is a Flash, right?
A Flash, this is really, not the Flash.
One more time? Yeah, he's a. Well, yeah, well, he's a. Yes, he's a Flash. Again, not the first one. That's, my position. Like, it's not really that difficult when I talk about tokenizing, right? Tokenizing, when we talk about Barry Allen, obviously that doesn't fit that, because Barry Allen is also white, the first Flash.
Well, no,
right?
But that's what I'm saying. But if you give me, I was asking a question just to kind of set up the next thing.
But, okay, go ahead.
But how do you feel about Hal Jordan?
Obviously, first Green Lantern. Again, I'm not. When you say how you feel, I'm trying to understand what it is that you mean.
Well, no, that's what I'm asking. Because I mean, if you from that perspective, because like it seemed like your biggest problem was the fact that, like, oh, these characters are tokenized. We're getting secondhand scraps.
Correct.
We're just taking the leftovers, the doggy bags.
Correct. That is my position.
So yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure I'm not mispegging you here.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. So whenever I hear people say stuff like that, that's why those are the questions I typically ask, because in a way, really in a big way, Flash, like you said, not the first Flash.
Yeah, he's not original. Just like Hal Jordan isn't original. If we take into concern Hal and Scott, like this, none of them. Like, again, I use the term tokenized to specifically reference a sexuality, gender, race change of a classically that way character.
Okay, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you another question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about John Stewart?
John Stewart is not. I would consider him less tokenized than, let's say, others, because Green Lantern, it's like more like a core universal police. And I wouldn't consider him original in a sense, but I wouldn't say that he wouldn't be the first one that I would say is let's say a tokenized character, because of the fact that there's plenty of different Green Lanterns, whether it be on Earth, or that guys that have come from Earth, historically have come from Earth, or whether they're from other planets and so forth, or of different like alien races and such.
Okay. So that said, you probably not a fan, like, I guess it's safe to say, you're not a fan of Falcon being Captain America. The thing is,
nope.
Captain America is just a title.
Well,
it's just and I mean, yeah, is it a symbol? Is it a symbol that characters in the Marvel universe rally around?
Steve Rogers is Captain America. I don't know why we have to try to front like he's not Captain America. Like Steve Rogers is Captain America. There have been people
I'm not saying
that
he
have.
isn't.
Right. What I'm saying is this whole idea that it's a title. What it does, it kind of shifts away from the inevitable, like verifiable fact that he's not only the longest tenured Captain America. Generally, that's who you associate with Captain America. And people that have been Captain America have only felt it because of his absence, and he always comes and gets it because we generally associate him with Captain America. I don't like this because I already know where you're going with it. You're trying to set it up like, oh, it's a mantle and all that. We know who Captain America is, and Captain America is Steve Rogers, and he is crispy white. You know what I mean? He's a very white man. And Falcon, and this is why again I had the issue with Falcon specifically because he is one of the more original black characters. I don't want him following in the footsteps of a classically white character, mantle or not. I'm not, again, just like it's the same thing with Batman being Bruce Wayne. Yes, there's been people that have filled the suit. Bruce Wayne is Batman. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Have there been other people that have been Spider-Man? 2099 Spider-Man, all these different Spider versions that exist right now. We understand that. Peter Parker is Spider-Man, right? So all I'm saying is that Falcon was fine as Falcon. And I'm not saying that you can't have a fresh, new take on him. All I'm saying is he is following in the footsteps of a classically white character when you make him Captain America. Therefore, he becomes tokenized version of Captain America because we know that Captain America, who he is, he's been historically white.
And okay, so then that also begs the question. So basically, only white people can be Captain America now. Only white people. Even though America, well, no, what I'm saying is America historically is a melting pot.
What does that have to do with Captain America, though?
But hear me out. Hear me out. I think I remember at one point in time Stan Lee saying that comics should reflect the world that we live in today. That the comic books we read should reflect the world that we live in today. So why can't
he can be whatever he wants? He just would be unoriginal and tokenized version of Captain America. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then
he can be. I mean, you can make him whatever. You can make black version of this, Hispanic version of this, gay version of this, female version of this, and it won't change the fact that we know who predates him. We know Captain America. We know Steve Rogers has been Captain America. We know that Captain America has been white since he was beating up communists.
Okay.
That's just what it is. You know what I mean?
My thing is, though, that I feel like, why does it have to be a matter of, only a white person?
Because it's historically been white. I would say the same thing for Black Panther remaining a black person.
Well, I mean, to be fair, T'Challa, for all intents and purposes, means Wakandan, but he's also African. So theoretically, only an African person technically South
Africa. There's white people in South Africa. So
wait a minute.
Or we can go to North Africa and there's Arabs.
Wait a minute.
It's like I don't know.
Wait a minute though. I'll let you talk. So what you're telling me is, by your logic, only an African person can be Black Panther. And I'm going to go ahead and piggyback on what you were just saying. That because there are white people who live in South Africa. So you would be perfectly okay. Would you be okay with a...
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't.
So, but my thing is, but you would be okay with a Black American person being Black Panther. Would you be okay with that?
No, I would actually, me personally, I would prefer that. But I would prefer him being an African, from a person that's from Africa, specifically Wakanda, considering that, what Black Panther is and what it means to that nation state. But again, if there was a Black American Black Panther, he would be, he wouldn't be tokenized. I wouldn't define that as tokenized. It's not that difficult to understand. I mean, if there's an original character, let him be what that definitely one that has his history, decades upon decades of source material and decade upon decade of history. I don't want a black version or a white version for that matter of that character. It's just quite often we see it the other way around. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let me ask you this. So when Milestone Media was a thing, did you support it?
So what?
When Milestone Media was a thing, did you support it?
Yeah, absolutely. I support black versions of I support Milestone. I've been champion. I've done videos talking about Milestone Media and all of that. Yes.
Okay. What about characters like Rage, Night Thrasher, characters like that? Because see, my biggest issue though with people who kind of come with these same points that you're coming with are that don't make the argument against the people. Make the argument against my position. No. I'm not really concerned about what other people say. No. But you are part of those people, so I'm gonna go ahead and keep talking. The problem is that you want new characters. You say, okay, well, why can't they just make new black characters? Why can't they just make new Mexican characters? Why can't they make new Asian characters? But here's the problem with that, is that, and this is not some made up thing, but the fact of the matter is that when these new characters are created, rarely if ever, and this is even when they're done right or correctly, are they ever actually supported by the people who would be reading them? Or I've done
multiple videos. No, I'm gonna say definitely, because you cut me off when I told you don't make an argument regards to someone else's argument. I have a fucking a wall full of original black characters behind me right now. I have done videos about original. Hold on, no, let me finish. I've done a video original about the original Asian characters that have popped up in the New Ages of Atlas. I praised Swordmaster. I praised Arrow. I praised Wave. I praised all of these original Asian characters. I even talked about the guy that has the time gem right now in Marvel, Hector, and how this is Marvel trying to then make an attempt here. So if you want to make the argument with other people about who they choose not to support, make that against them. That doesn't apply to me, because I've been parading these characters all around. I've done multiple videos talking about DC, Marvel, black characters that they've had. I got 2 big encyclopedias of both mainstream comic books in DC and Marvel, and I've talked about these characters time and time again. So again, if you want to make the argument to those, they barely support, fine, make the argument against them. Don't make it against me, because I verifiably so have done videos talking about and praising these characters and supporting these characters.
And so have I.
Okay, that don't got nothing to do with me about the position that you just had, or the argument that you had in which you tried to phrase it. And then again, I tried to even cut you off because I knew you were about to make the mistake. I knew you were about to make the mistake. I tried to cut you off. I was like, don't make an argument against somebody else or who you view, who you want to form. That's effectively a straw man. You're making an argument against somebody who does not have my particular position, and then you still made it. You still made it, and it's silly because all of this stuff is verifiable. I have videos talking about this stuff.
Why would I want to waste time watching all of your videos just to
learn
something
problem.
about you? And it's not mine either. It's not my problem either.
It is your problem because you're being dishonest, though.
I don't care about you. I really don't.
That's fine. Well, you don't have to care, but you're being dishonest. You're actively lying at that point.
First
you don't have to care about me.
I have been very honest about the fact I actually opened all this up by letting you know that I don't follow you.
I'm the one that wanted to have a conversation here, right? You know what I mean?
You didn't want to have a conversation.
Actually, I did. I was the one that extended the offer. You the one said I was dodging. I extended the offer. I said, let's have a conversation.
If you actually want to have a conversation, instead of like trying to start a beef with me,
I'm not trying to start a beef with you. You're the one that initiated this, buddy.
No. But the thing is, you immediately, like I'm talking about, like you immediately jumped on that.
I jump on that all the time. I don't understand. So do you expect to say things to people and not get responses?
No. I expected you to respond.
Okay, so what's the problem?
You started tweeting me like crazy. You started coming at me left.
No. All I did was respond to everything that you were saying.
I gave you a response, and the response.
And the response got us.
And the thing is,
what are you griping about? What's the complaint here?
I'm not griping. What I'm saying is, first off,
what's the issue? What's the issue?
You have been starting up this whole thing where it's like, okay, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring this guy on, and when I don't like something he's gonna say, I'm gonna start talking loud. I'm gonna start. No, because actually you have. You've been really you are loud as fuck in my ears. That's all I'm
That's not what happened.
But,
you just lied on me, man.
No, I didn't even lie. First off,
actually, all right. Let me. I'm going to explain exactly how you just did what you just did.
Oh, you already explained
hold
it.
on,
It sounded like
because you tried to. I tried to even cut you off. I tried to even cut you off because what you are doing, and this is what you did. You tried to form an argument against my position based on positions that I don't hold, or more accurately putting it, positions that other people hold. I specifically tried to stop you from doing that, and you still did it.
We're going to repeat the same thing over and over.
Yes, we will, because that's what just happened. We can move on. I'm okay with moving on. I'm just explaining to you what happened and how what you said was not true. You see what I mean? That's a problem. I'm not strawmanning your position. I'm not saying that you have positions that you don't have. You just did that, though. You just did that.
Since this actually kind of went about roughly the way I knew it was going to go. This went about roughly. It took a little longer to get there. I'll give you credit. It took a little longer to get to this point, but I appreciate you sitting down out of taking the time out of your busy schedule to chew the fat with me, whatever. That's cool. I appreciate you extending the opportunity, but I knew how this was going to go from the jump. I knew that at some point you were going to flip out and start getting mad.
I'm not flipping out. I'm actually pretty calm.
Well, I mean, hey, I can't tell because you're getting loud in my ear. But
that's not my issue. I mean, we can move on, buddy. We don't have the hot side anymore. We don't have the hot side anymore.
No. Hey, you're good. You're good, dude. As far as I'm concerned, we don't ever have to be in the same room with each other. Honestly, I kind of feel like if we were in the same room, this whole conversation would have went a whole lot differently.
Actually, it wouldn't have. First of all, I don't know if that was a low-key threat, but actually it would have went the same exact way that it just went if you'd have lied on me.
No.
And by all means, hold on. And while we're saying that, by the way, buddy, I tour around the country with my band Backwards. What city are you in? Where are you from?
I live in Memphis.
You live in Memphis? It's funny. I went to the University of Memphis. I'm out there a lot, buddy. So we can link up if you'd like, and we can have a conversation. We can, you can come to a show. I would say the same thing to anybody that did what you just did, and you just tried to lie. You just try to argue against a position that I don't have, and that's a blatant misrepresentation. I didn't do that to you. But let's get that out the way. Like, there's no here, I'm not fronting, I'm not hostile, I'm actually around. I don't know what you do, but my whole entire career is centered around being in front of people that I disagree with. My whole entire career is being in front of people in the vast amounts of different things. I don't just sit up here and make YouTube videos, right? That's only one thing that I do. And the YouTube videos actually just represent the different things that I'm a part of, right? So again, I think this was weird. It's almost as if, like, I don't know if you argue or if you debate with other individuals on topics like this. It's almost like, because it's never went this way with the other people that I've had conversations with, even the people that I blatantly disagree with, because they at least have the integrity enough to not try to argue against a position that I don't have. And I don't know why that would be different. Oh, the conversation would go different. No, it wouldn't. It would go the same exact way. And if you would like to, and if you wanted to set that up, I would get you in any show that you wanted to go to, man, and we could have that honest, cordial conversation, and I would approach it the same exact way. I don't front and hot side on the internet. My profession doesn't allow me to do that, because anybody can run up on me.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to run up on you, see, because you took that as a threat.
No, I didn't know if it was a threat. I'm not saying it's a threat.
First off, I never said it's a threat. What I'm saying is that when people talk on the internet, or people talking where they can't actually look each other directly in the eye, they start talking a little. They get a little spicy. Man.
Again, I do this for a living. So if that's how you handle things, I'm not really concerned with that, because I do this for a living.
No.
I do this for a living.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to make it seem like I'm the one with the problem. No, that's not the case.
Well, you're the one that said, "Oh, I had to. This would go different." No, as if I wouldn't handle it this way. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I would handle it the same exact way.
You know what?
I would handle it the same way.
We will have a sidebar one day.
That's fine.
Just me and you.
That's fine.
And I'll even go as far as to say I'll be the one to extend the invitation this time.
Well, again, that's fine. Let's do it. I'm 100% up for it.
Let me finish. I'll be the one to extend the invitation this time, and I will give you all the opportunity to talk whatever you want to talk about. But what I'm saying is that when two people actually sit in a room together and actually have to look each other in the eye, they usually tend to not, try and hey, you're trying to say that you're not talking up on me or like yelling at me. Like, dude, you were yelling at me like almost as a time.
Well, you straw man my position, and I just responded in a way that I would respond to anybody that ever did that.
So basically what you're saying is you're irrational.
I don't consider what I did was irrational. I mean, I just corrected your position.
You got mighty triggered there for a second.
I just corrected your position. Like, see, that's a complete non-point. That's not really addressing my. See, like you didn't even address what I said to you, right? Now you're pulling this whole trigger.
No.
Like I get that, but you never even addressed my position.
You wouldn't let me finish. I mean, I'm willing to let you just do whatever you want to do. You can, dude. Just go ahead. You can talk to your heart.
No, it's your turn. Like when it was your turn, you immediately went somewhere else with it.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like by all means, respond to what I just said.
No. The reason why I'm going a different direction was because honestly, dude, I got better things to do with my time than sit here and have conversation with you that isn't going to go anywhere.
Well, it could. It absolutely could.
Let me ask you a question.
It could.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any world, any Earth in the entire multiverse that you think for 5 seconds that you and I could have some kind of a cordial discord where both of us walk away feeling changed or better for it, or I would even dare say maybe not disliking each other as much as
I could, yes.
You really do. You really think that.
Yes.
You really think that. Then I tell you what, we will have that conversation, but it won't be today. So I'm going to go on my way. I'm going to go and talk to my people who I haven't gotten to talk to in a while. And I'm going to talk to them about stuff that, I don't know, is positive, not so negative. Not so much like a baiting of people's, anger and such. And then when that time comes, you let me know when you're in Memphis.
You're the one that's running away from the conversation. You let me know.
Not running. Actually, I'm not running away from anything. I'm not even running. I'm just walking.
All right. So why won't you just we can continue to have the conversation. You're the one that's trying. Well, it sounds like you're trying to project what you want, or that you can't walk away from this cordially. I have no issue with doing that. I'm
walking away from it cordially.
Say what?
I didn't say anything about not walking away from it.
Well, you said that you asked me a question, right? In that regards, and I'm telling you, we can have the conversation. The conversation can move. Like, it's not a problem with me. You're the one that just said, and that's fine. I'm not holding you hostage. If you want to go have a conversation with your fans and so forth, I respect it. That is your business. But I don't think it's really fair for you to be like, when you're written, no, I'm ready now. That's the whole reason why I wanted to have you on. And again, I'm being respectful, man. I don't have any issue continuing the conversation, being cordial. It's no love lost. Like, again, I have conversations with people. This is my profession, man. I have no issue with having a discussion with you in which we can even disagree with. So again, that's not me. Like, my position isn't, well, we're going to walk away and we're going to dislike each other. That's not my position. I have no issue with. All I wanted to do was extend the offer, definitely because it was, kind of assumed this whole echo chamber thing, the whole dodging thing. I was like, hey, why don't we just have a conversation here? You know what I mean? Like, why don't we just extend the conversation? Like, it's whatever. Like, we can have a cordial conversation. So if you want to go do that, that's fine. I respect it. I can't hold you hostage, man. But I'm here now, and I'm willing to have a conversation with you. If I wasn't willing to have a conversation with you, I wouldn't have ever extended this offer. I had no intentions on trying to be disrespectful. I had no intentions on doing any of that. You know what I mean? I'm having the conversation as I do pretty much every single, at least at the very minimum, every other day when I'm forced. And I actually welcome people to have conversations with me that disagree with me. That's all. Like, we can continue, man. It's no love lost. Like, I don't know why it got to that point of, this conversation would go. I don't know why it even got there, because, like I said, I would handle it the same exact way. I'm real to the bone. I know anybody can say that, but when it comes to what I do, I don't have the luxury of standing behind a computer screen. I don't have a luxury of just making YouTube videos, because this is just right here is a hobby. My profession requires me to go get out there and speak to people across the world, or perform in front of people across the world. I don't have the luxury of just not having conversations or anything like that. That's why I thought it was weird, because I have these conversations all day long. So by all means, where we ended was, and I'm gonna put the ball in your court, and I'll let you talk as long as you need. Where we ended was you made an argument that was, or more so, you formed an argument against someone that was not me, right? I'm telling you, and I corrected that. That's not my position. That's not how I hold those positions when it comes to legacy characters or what have you. When it definitely, and where it went off the rails, we were talking about original, let's say, non-white male characters, right? I have mountains of videos talking about those non-white characters or male characters, and I have supported them. I've been raving about them. I've done, hell, one of my favorite comic books of the year, when I did my top whatever, one of those happened to be a woman. You know what I mean? That was who fronted it. I have absolutely no problem with supporting these characters. So I'm just correcting that. Now, if you want to walk away from the conversation, I respect that. I respect that. If you want to walk away from the conversation, I completely respect that. But if you want to continue from that point and we can try to get this thing back on the rails, I'm 100% up for it. There's no love lost.
You keep saying that. I mean, you can't really have no love loss. I mean, we didn't have any love to begin with. But my thing is, like, I don't know what do you want me to say to that? You want me to congratulate you for having
I guess we can
a more varied stance, or I mean,
well, no, I'm just saying that all I'm saying is the argument that you were about to make. Oh no, not that that you basically made. That's not necessarily valid, because I have supported numerous different characters that were let's say white. So that's where I'm at. So that argument doesn't apply to me.
Okay, so
you were talking, so I didn't know if you wanted to continue from that, if you had something else that you wanted to address, certainly regarding how I approach content creation or anything else. The floor is yours. I'm just saying that bit right there, when you were going that route of, well, it's funny how people that say this, they don't really go and support. That does not apply to me, because I have proof that I support these characters that, again, are non-white and or straight. I've talked about these characters. I put people on game about these characters. I promoted these characters. I've certainly done my part in this. I cannot speak for anybody else. So I'm just
now. Let me ask you this though, because I have I've had more than a handful of your people jump into my chat on my side of the thing, and that doesn't, like, just once again, all it does is just further prove what you do as far as, like, creating that kind of safe haven for outrage. That's pretty much all I'm seeing in my chat right now.
And what do you mean by that? Like, what kind of comments are you seeing?
I've been kind of looking. I've been looking back and forth, just kind of peeking over every now and again, taking a peek over at the chat on my side. And literally all I see is just some of your people jumping in here and there, and just basically just kind of proving my point for me. I really don't have anything to say.
What point is that?
No, just like the angry outrage safe haven that you foster.
Okay.
Like, I mean, honestly, I don't even have to explain it any further than that, because it's pretty self-explanatory.
Not really.
The fact that you don't see, I just find it funny. I find it really interesting that, like, I mean, like, do you not recognize or see, like, the type of people that you attract? Or
I'm trying to get you to explain that. I would love to, if you can maybe pull out a comment in terms of what you're referencing, because I hear what you're saying. You're saying, hey, these are these types of people. I'm just trying to understand what those are.
Look, if you, like, going back into it, looking through mine, like, okay, case in point. Got people like one of your boys, was it here was this Retro Pyro, Mason W. Let's see here. Let's go back through.
And what are they saying?
Just hurling insults, just basically doing the same thing that that I literally just said that's what like the type of environment you foster. And it's
So
like that's the
hurling
thing.
insults,
If you
okay.
so like and my thing is you're like case in point. So that's the thing I'm talking about. Like me, I don't care. But I mean the thing is you sit up here and try and tell me, oh,
I've been called out
I'm
my
trying
name
to,
by guys that follow you, right? Though that group of people that tagged me, right? They were calling me out my name in terms of some of the things that I do. So I don't understand why. And
Well,
I would
that
never.
one-
And by the way,
well,
I
no.
would never. I personally, and this is just a libertarian in me, I would personally never try to fault someone else and what they do for what you do, right? That's something that I personally wouldn't do. But I get it. I understand that that's where you're going with it, and whatnot. But I disagree with people. I agree with people. We have those conversations. What is it that you're expecting from people that, I guess are jumping in your chat or my people? Like, are they
I mean,
are they
look,
supposed to
it's
agree with you all the time? Like,
No,
what exactly?
I don't
What
care if they
exactly is
agree
going
with
on?
me.
Okay,
I don't care if they
okay.
agree with me. What I'm saying is that it's just giving. It's not doing anything to change my opinion of the type of people that you attract.
So
That's the
would
kind-
you
and that's kind- and
consider?
basically going back to it, the thing I kept saying, the thing I said in the beginning? I don't know why you don't get it. I said you literally you foster, you bait people who are outraged, people who are already angry, people who want to be upset about something. And like
So
I said, it
are
doesn't
you?
change my
Are
opinion one way or
people?
the other.
I just don't understand because again, the people that were on my Twitter like today were calling me out of my name that were agreeing with you.
Most of them, I don't know any of those people.
Yes, well, the
I
guy
know
said,
the
for
guy
example,
I know the guy who tagged me, but everybody else, I
okay,
don't know them.
okay. So you don't. The guy that tagged you, he called me out of my name. He called
Well,
what
what
I
did he call
did
you?
was out of my name. He called me a coon.
Okay, well, I can't apologize for the guy, but I don't agree with that.
Okay. I'm not apologizing for these guys. It's the same
not
thing.
telling-
You say
I'm
if you
not-
have a following,
I'm not asking. See, that's the thing.
I know you. I know you're not
you
asking.
act-
I'm just echoing what you said, right? So we're at the same level here, right?
Mm.
It's not. Well, my guys do. It's again. That's just the nature of what it is that we do. If you have guys that support you, you got guys that don't support you. Inevitably speaking, definitely with some of the content that is created, you're gonna have people that are on one side or the other. Your guy that you just confirmed that you knew called me out of my name.
And what did I just say?
If we're talking about insult, and again,
did I say I agree or did I say I disagree?
you said you disagreed.
I disagree.
Okay, what are the guys saying about you? What are the guys saying about you in your chat? I'll tell you if I agree or disagree.
Oh,
About my guys.
Oh, don't talk about your people. Oh no,
Yeah,
just going to what is this? I get called mental midget a few times.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let's go back through. Here, some of these already got canned and deleted, but still, point of the matter is, like I said, that basically just made me feel even more the way I feel about and like I said, you probably feel the same way about my people because it's based on what you were called. But
Yeah.
my thing is, I don't like the difference between us is that like I choose to focus on positivity. You focus on negativity and that's what you get.
What do you mean by I focus on it? Because I do videos about things that I like all the time.
Yeah, but I mean I feel like you also kind of go out of your way to do videos about shit that you don't give a shit about.
What does going out of my way mean?
I mean, dude, you literally okay, case in point.
Mm-hmm.
You already kind of know the type of people that you attract. You already kind of know the people you attract. You know your base. But instead of like, using that platform to like, I don't know, spread hate, spread, anger and outrage.
I don't think that I'm spreading hate.
Why not use it for, I don't know, something positive?
Well, like I said, I talk about things that I enjoy all the time.
Like I said, I'm not going to go through your entire catalog of videos to find that
again.
out.
Well, I'm just telling you that's like I do talk about things that I dislike, but I talk about things that I like all the time. I talk about things that I like all the time.
I will have to take your word for it because I'm not going to go through your catalog to figure that out.
It exists. So again, that's not necessarily at least a valid argument. This whole why you don't do this, because I do that. I talk about things that I like and I enjoy. I talk about good things that I see, even with current comic books. There's current comic books that I love. Again, I don't even have to tell for example, my fan base what my favorite comic book is. If I say, hey, chat, what was my 2019? What was the comic book that I said? If you can type the character's name, what was the comic book that I said I enjoyed? And if you went to my chat right now, I'm willing to see that. I'm betting that these people, you're going to see flooding the chat with that person's name. I didn't just mention it. They'll tell you because they know. I talk about it all the time. Look, go to my chat right now. I would love you to. I haven't remember we're talking. Go to my chat right now if you like, and you will see. I have not mentioned this character's name. Go look at what they're saying as far as me saying who my favorite character was. I talk about all the time about what I enjoy. There's no shortage of that. There's absolutely no shortage of that. None. I do talk about things that I dislike, and on average, I would also argue that there is a theme here in terms of what I feel like is, let's say, bad with comics, wrong with comics. I do discuss that, but I think I owe it not only to just my fan base, but mainly to myself to compare and contrast. So if I have something that I enjoy, if I have something that I like, I tell the people. I say what's good. This is why it's good. Alongside, there may be videos, and there are plenty of videos, right? Which I've done that I talked about things that I didn't like. So the videos exist. The videos do exist, and I do use my platform for positivity to spread a lot of love to people that I feel like do a great job with current mainstream comic books. I talk about them all the time.
Okay, that's fair.
So yeah, going back to the debating thing, like you said, there's a difference between what you do and what I do. Maybe you don't, and I don't know if you do, and maybe you can tell me, what is your outlook, or how do you more so see the current, let's say, DC, Marvel comics? If you on average think they're good, or do you think that there's maybe a content problem? I personally feel that there's a content problem, and I talk about that. I don't know if you do, but you are painting a picture as if you're different from myself. So what do you think makes you different, I guess?
Well, I mean, my thing is, first off, to answer that question, I don't think that every comic that comes out is great.
Okay.
I'll be the first one to admit that.
Okay.
But instead of spending time or wasting time talking about the ones I don't like, I just prefer to talk about the ones that I do, because honestly, for me, it's just better for me to work on things that I care about rather than sit there and have to constantly pour over editing content about something I don't like that just makes me not like it even more.
Mm-hmm.
If it's up to me personally,
Mm-hmm.
I would rather spend my days feeling positive or feeling happy about something or being glad about something than being angry about something. I mean, let's be fair. We live in a world right now, currently, that probably 20 years ago, 30 years ago was unforeseeable. And instead of focusing on the negative, I would rather focus on the positive. Now that said, as far as the comics themselves, I mean, there are definitely some bad comics out there.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel, DC, they're both equally, and in some cases more one than the other, of not putting out good content.
Okay.
But that said, the content I don't like, I vote with my dollars.
Okay.
If I don't case in point, I have been covering Dawn of X. I mean, I've been covering X-Men for a good while on the channel. Okay. And if there was something that was coming out from X-Men I didn't like, I was very vocal about it. Matter of fact, right now, Fallen Angels, I've been very vocal about the fact that I don't like that comic.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to spend, 10, 15 minutes of a video railing on that. I mean, it's just a simple, hey, I don't like this, move on with my day. Okay. Now, when it comes to the things that, as far as you're talking about, as far as content, well, I mean, that you're going to have to specify a little better, because, I mean, what you like and what I like could be very different.
Yeah. And again, to touch on that, I do both. I have no issue talking about what I don't like, and I have no issue talking about what I do like. I would argue, actually, most of the videos that I spent time editing, have been consisting of those I do like. I've talked about. I have a whole entire playlist that, with videos that are 15 minutes long and so forth, talking about, let's say, like the history of Thanos. I have a Who is Thanos series, right? And I've enjoyed editing those videos up, and I enjoy it, right? But I don't limit my content to what it is that I like. I don't personally feel that, I don't feel that's even an effective way to rid the game of what I feel like there's a problem, right? I don't feel like just sitting there and ignoring it away is going to be enough. So I talk about it, and I boost the ones that I do think are doing a great job. I boost those up. So I think that more so that's just going to maybe a personality difference, right, between yourself and I. As to you suggest that, even though you did just say that, you talked about how you didn't like X-Men, or there were X-Men stories, that you may not like, then you talked about those. There's plenty of things that I don't like. I talk about those, and I talk about the good ones. I don't necessarily try to make more or less of the other. You know what I mean? It's just what I see, I respond to, and that's where I go with it. That sounds like more of a personality than a bait thing, because again, those same guys that you would claim that I attract, they would have to see the ones that I like too. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why I can attract one but can't attract the others as far as people. I think there are people that agree with me that there's a lot of issues going on with comic books, and they feel me, and I relate to them in that regards. You know what I mean? And that's just what it is. Again, that sounds more like a personality difference, and that's cool. I talk about all the time how
I
there's
think what you
different
mean is a
content
personal
creators.
preference.
What do you mean? One more time?
Personal preference.
I think you've said that you think that they put out a different, or they put out bad things. You think certain comic books. I just talk about those more. I think that's more relating to like the personality and who I am and how I create content, as opposed to just certain personal preference. Yeah, we all have the comic books that we like and we enjoy. I just have no issue talking about the ones, and you have basically explicitly said that you'd much rather talk about this quote unquote positive and what you like. You know what I mean? That's fine. Like there are people out there like that will say, for the vast majority of their content, no matter what it is that they feel, they will highlight and they will be positive, and that's fine. That's just not me. That's not my personality, and me personally, just from a marketing standpoint, I don't think that that's actually an effective way to rid, let's say, the game of what I feel like is an issue. I feel like I should highlight, and not just highlight just to be mad, but more importantly, highlight it, say why I don't like it, and break that down. And I feel like I do a solid job of doing that, and I always stick to my arguments. I don't sit up here and just be mad just to be mad. Oh, this exists, I'm mad. I don't do that. I got it. For example, a lot of people envisioned that I was going to just talk down on Batwoman, the show. I didn't do that. You know what I mean? I watched Batwoman. I analyzed it. When it got to a weird point, I talked about it, but I didn't just rig on it, which would have been the more, I guess, if there was to be some baiting, that would have been the easy target, right? That would have been the easy target if that was the claim, but I didn't. I've been ranting and raving about how well handled Batwoman has been in Detective Comics. She's actually one of the better characters post-Rebirth handled in Detective Comics. Not straight and not a straight white man. She's a lesbian woman, and I've praised her and how she's been handled. And I praise the character herself, even though she's a tokenized version of Batman. I praised her, but I just talk about what it is that I see. I respond to it. I don't just be mad to be mad. And I will actually say this: I don't disagree that there are YouTubers, that there are people that do that. I've made videos criticizing them though. Like when for example, I saw somebody say, I have a video about this, saw somebody claim that the X-Men were social justice warriors, and it was all bad because of that. Right, because they were the new one. I'm talking about like House of X, Powers of X, and it was like, oh, it's just SJW, bad. I did a video specifically responding to that, and I said, when you call everything SJW, nothing's SJW. You know what I mean? And I would argue that the people that actually follow my content understand that. That's what differentiates me from those. I'm an actual comic book guy. I don't speak on things that I don't know. I don't speak on things that I don't understand. And I won't put my opinion out there on something that I haven't either thoroughly researched or that I understand. You know what I mean? I don't make outrage videos. I don't make videos just to be mad at things. I do highlight a lot of things that I enjoy. But I mean, me personally, and I'm just telling you, just because you brought it up. Me personally, I don't think that it is an effective way to rid the comic book industry when it comes to the big two of what I think is a theme in terms of what's bad. I don't think it's an effective thing to just either ignore that publicly, definitely with the platform that I have, when I can actually use it to say, okay, this is bad, but more importantly, this is why it's bad.
Okay, well, I mean, you said that a few times now. My thing is, I don't have that same mission. Like,
Okay.
That's not
Fair
my
enough.
mission. That's your mission. That's
Fair enough.
fine.
Fair
and
enough.
if that's your mission, then yeah, for you, from a marketing standpoint, I guess that would be perfectly fine and dandy. But I mean, that's not why I do this. More importantly, it's just I don't know. For me, and just for my personal preference, whatever you want to call it, I just don't have that kind of time to just sit and listen to even my own self rail off about something. It's not my thing. Never has been. But that said, as far as like, I'll give you credit. I'll give you credit where credit is due. That is a fine thing. That's a fine mission statement to have. Calling out other YouTubers for basically overusing a term to try and signify that something's bad. Something's been honestly a term that has been overblown probably for the last several years. As far as SJW goes. I'll give you credit for that, most definitely.
Okay, fair enough. Like I said, I mean, I just think there's a misunderstanding here. And maybe where that fault lies. I'm not really, I don't care about that. Where it lies, whose fault it is. I just think there's a misrepresentation of what my content is, in general. I think because I don't know if people expect me to just not say things that I disagree with, or not point things out that I disagree with. But I've been very, very consistent in how I do and this is with it's not just with comic books, because my reach extends to other things like politics, and I would argue more people know me actually for that than they know me for the comic book stuff. But my reach extends in other aspects, and it's the same approach, right? I will say if something is good, I will say if something is bad, and I'm not a safe haven for people that are just mad just to be mad. I actually, one of my slogans is that if I haven't made you angry about one of my positions, I probably would get there to you. You know what I mean? Which is why I can say whatever it is that I want to say, because I don't have a filter. There's no off switch here. I am, exactly who I am. So if I, attract these, it's funny. It's and I'm not saying that you did this, but there were people that were in that thread, that were talking about like Trump supporters. I'm not a Trump supporter. In fact, I've made I don't know how many videos against Trump. You know what I mean? He's a statist, right? I'm libertarian. That ain't my thing. I make people mad, maybe on that position. It happens, you know what I mean? But if that was the case, if I was just specifically making edgy content, right, to just attract, let's say, I guess people that are mad all the time, I would have that same old generic position, mad at everything, never say anything positive, and I wouldn't say anything even against the grain to my own people that may follow me. But that's not how it works here. Over here, there's going to be plenty of content that I drop in which people disagree with my position on it. It happens, but I don't gear my content towards any specific crowd. I'm just giving you who I am, and I'm just giving you my positions, and I don't necessarily turn it off just for the sake of, this person's being attracted or that person's not attracted to it. I'm just who I am. And I would actually argue for the people that, and again, this isn't for you to know necessarily, because you may not follow me, but the people that do follow me, I feel and I think it's a fair assessment of people that follow me, I feel as if they understand that, and that's why they respect me, because I don't do that. You know what I mean? Because I don't try to have the same generic position. I don't sit up here and just be mad just to be mad. I'm always thorough with my positions, and I don't care if it offends somebody, even people that may think positively of me, right? I don't care. Like what? So I don't like this person, or I don't like not this person, maybe this content or this position that this person has. Oh, well, you know what I mean? And if they want to follow me after that, they want to, it is what it is. But I think the bulk of my following, they understand that. They understand that it's inevitable that I'm going to say something that you may, disagree with, in the fact that I may praise it, right? Even in the fact that I may praise it, or in the fact that I may shun it, right? It's just the nature of my content. But I don't gear my content, my personal content, just for people that are mad just to be mad. This would be a terrible channel to follow, because I have way too many reviews in which I'm always talking about what it is that I enjoy. I talk about what it is that I love, some of which are, again, non-white, straight male characters. You know what I mean? That's just kind of the nature of what it is that I do. So for future references, you know what I mean? And again, to be fair, it's not for you to know necessarily. That's not me. And that's just why I wanted to have the conversation, because I think that's a misassessment of what it is that I do about, baiting, more so baiting. I get it that I do say things and I highlight things, be it when they Captain Marvel, but I have a specific argument against Captain Marvel and why I had a position. Never once did I make a play on, like, let's say with the movie, Brie Larson. Never once did I criticize Brie Larson like that. I never hated on Brie Larson at all. All my positions in regards to that movie was about the character and some of the actions that took place within that movie. I hated how they handled Marvel, one of my favorite characters, and Monica Rambeau, one of my favorite characters, and then her looking up to Carol Danvers, right? I hated that. I didn't like seeing that playing out on screen. So I said it, right? And because it was, again, I keep seeing things, I keep responding to things, I respond to people's arguments, I respond to people's positions. That's just how I handle my content. I do not. And again, I'm not saying that just to say it. My content reflects that I don't just sit here and just be mad. And I will agree that there are people that do that, where all of what they say, SJW, woke, bad, blah, 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 blah. I don't do that. I don't use the term woke. You know what I mean? I don't do that. And I specifically make my arguments out after analyzing everything. And I actually form my argument for situations like this, and for situations that, whatever I may come across when I'm having some conversation with somebody that may come across my content and may disagree with it. They at least see that it's there. It's not hidden. My videos are not behind, some unlisted wall. You know what I mean? Where the good ones you can't see. No, they can see all of that. The ones that I personally praise. So, do you see and matter of fact, no, I want to give you the floor, because I would love to understand your position more so in how you think that I handle, my just general approach as far as what you have seen yourself be familiar with in terms of my work. Is there any way that you could have foreseen me handling in terms of how I handle my content that wasn't like what you would deem, let's say, baiting, right? Like, is there any way that I could have done it aside from just saying everything or being generally quote unquote positive? Was there any way that I could say what I dislike, for example, without being baity?
Well, I mean, my thing is, it's not a matter of I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, how you should or should not.
Just an opinion. No, I want to hear it. I genuinely want to hear it.
Well, no, that's what I'm about to say is that, okay, far as I'm concerned, my knowledge of you comes from what gets recommended to me.
Okay.
And I'm assuming just by virtue of the fact that these are the videos that are probably getting you the most views.
Okay.
Or whatever's hot at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So if I see, case in point, when it was in vogue to be pissed off about Captain Marvel, it was in vogue to be pissed off about Wonder Woman or whatever thing was in vogue to be pissed off about. Okay. That's probably when I saw your content, honestly. Okay. So that I'll go and be honest, that right there already kind of puts a strike against it in my book. And then of course seeing it alongside all these other people that are also doing the same thing, whether it's intentional or otherwise. I'm not saying that Like I'm not even going there anymore as far as like the what the intent is or whatever. But what I'm talking about is when you get all these different people who are like it's like they're all kind of it becomes a bandwagon. Like it becomes a bandwagon. Like literally like not saying this is you, but like literally I was seeing videos like popping up all the time. Like people literally like spending their entire life, like shitting on one particular thing.
Okay.
And to me, that sort of stuff isn't sustainable. Not long term. I mean, it probably lasts a few months or maybe even a year if you're lucky. But I mean, yeah, if you say that what you do is you put out, is positivity, you're just being yourself, then yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to, don't be yourself. Be yourself. I mean, I am myself. When I make my content, I'm not hiding myself behind a filter or behind a paywall or, showing people a different side of myself than what you would get if you spoke to me out on the street. You're going to get the exact same guy. You're going to get the exact same guy on these videos and in this live stream that you would see out here, on Poplar Avenue. Mm-hmm. But my thing is just, yeah, it's a matter of, that's why I kept saying it's a matter of personal preference for me to not. And take this however you want. But for my own personal, mental health or whatever, I would much rather just focus on things that I actually care about, because I feel like that is the stuff that's always, if I care about it, it's actually going to be a much better thing, and I'm actually going to put more effort into it as opposed to something I can't stand. But but as far as all that goes, yeah, if you're out here, if you're promoting positive, if you're giving your unfiltered opinions, whether they're positive, negative, whatever, fine. But I mean, I'm just saying that, like, yeah, and I think you even acknowledged this, was that there may be some things you say that probably will, for lack of a better way to put it, it will catch a person's attention that that will take that and run with it, regardless of what your original intent is. And I'm not dissing you for that. Whatever. Okay. I've let that go.
Okay. No, well, you're right. Like, yeah. Like, I can't necessarily control that. You know what I mean? And what people would do, as far as how they would spin it. You know what I mean? And my approach. But again, I think that to be fair, have enough content, and this again, I guess this goes back to the whole personality thing. Is I think I have enough content where me personally, I don't feel any better, right, or worse, just because I look at the overall state of the industry to me, and I see overall issue. So whether I make a video doing something positive or doing something negative, and I get that's a whole personality, that's a different thing. Like, everybody's wired different, man. Like, everybody has a way that they approach how they do whatever it is that they do, including consuming media and creating media and creating content. Me personally, I get, it's neither here nor there, at least with me. I'll do something positive. I'll do something, let's say, granted, negative, but it's always in response to that. It's not necessarily me going out of my way. You know what I mean? And again, I feel like I've done a great job in talking about the things that I've rather enjoyed. I went and gave a great, fantastic praise to Wonder Woman, the movie, when that was dropping, even with the character. Again, it's the same thing. Like, me personally, that's how I approach it. And all that evidence is there. You know what I mean? I get it. If YouTube doesn't recommend it to you, you don't see it. You know what I mean? Definitely if the hot topic is Captain Marvel and you see me a lot. But that doesn't necessarily discredit all the other things that I do, because I ragged on this what I felt was a terrible movie and handled two characters very terribly, and I had a big time gripe with how that was handled. That doesn't diminish my other positions in terms of what I've enjoyed as far as movies, even comic book movies. I talked about other comic book movies that have been released through that period of time. Wonder Woman, Shazam, and things that I've gotten some out of that I've liked. You know what I mean? And I gave positive reviews about those, and I upload those videos just as I would if the movie came out. What doesn't matter what the movie is. My thing is, and my content is more so geared around, yes, it may be a video subject that may consist of some old material that I may include in a video, But there's a lot of comic book material dropping. I spend literal hundreds of dollars, throughout the week on new and old comic book material. That's an influence for the video. If that comic book material that I got was not positive, I'll make a video about it. If it was positive, I'll still make a video about it. I don't differentiate that because my positions are, again, always rooted in honesty, and my positions are always rooted in being fair to my criticism, not trying to just capitalize on whoever. If you come to my content, you come to it, you stick around to it. That's all you. This is just a hub of everything that is myself, everything that is Eric July. So whether it be with the music, whether it be with the comic book stuff, movies, film reviews, the politics stuff that I talk about, doesn't matter what it is, I put that on here and I just respond to a lot. My videos are geared a lot of response agency, right? It's a lot of, I see it, I respond, positive, negative. That's just how my approach is and why I don't think it was fair and then why I wanted to have the conversation to talk about the baiting thing, because that's not how I gear my content. And again, not just me saying it, because anybody can say it like, well, no, I'm not being negative. And then you look at their videos and all of them, that's all they put out. But I at least have the content that says to the contrary. I have videos, positive reviews. I've talked about some of the Marauders, how I've thoroughly enjoyed Marauders, how I enjoyed X-Force, how, what my favorite comic book was. I had a list of my top comic books that I did videos on. It's just nature of what it is that I do. Daredevil, all those comic books that exist right now that I'm like, these are handled pretty well. You know what I mean? I like the way that they handle. I don't stop myself from uploading that video just because there may be someone that clings to the idea that I might dislike something that they personally dislike. But I think that's, to be fair, that's for everybody's content. People subscribe generally on YouTube to content that they like, they relate to in some way, shape, or form. Doesn't mean they have to necessarily agree with everything that content creator says, but that's for me, for you, for every content creator. That's just how it is. You know what I mean? And now there's a lot of people that may take issue with what's going on in the industry right now, and they make I funnel it, I word it in a way that they may respect and they may enjoy and they subscribe to it. But that's just what it is. You know what I mean? There are people that agree with me. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. I don't bait anybody. Like, I don't bait. That's why I thought it was so unfair, because I don't. My content isn't geared like that, and it's just verifiably so. It's not just me saying it. It's just all those videos exist.
Okay. No, I mean, my thing is, but you wouldn't disagree that first impressions, like my first impression of you, it's not a good one. Okay. Because like I said, I stumbled across one, actually, and more than a couple, I've stumbled across your negative ones. Where was just, those are the parts where I take umbrage, or not really umbrage. I don't even really care, but doesn't affect me one way or the other. But my thing is that the attitude that, and what pretty much kind of already kind of had me with just already knowing what to expect to come out of all this is that when you invited me in here to do this, I'm not gonna lie, a part of me was kind of hopeful about it at first, but then like next thing you know, I started seeing, this guy is kind of talking about me in a mocking tone, like he's not taking me seriously or whatever. Like he said, basically just want to bring me in just so he can kind of show out. And, whatever, do like he did that one cat, about fascism or whatever, or
I wasn't trying to berate that guy. He was just, that was on him. Like,
well, no.
I was responding directly to him.
No, I agree. Guy was an idiot. Not saying he wasn't, but I'm just saying, like, when I see stuff like that, that's why I had the opinion of you that I had, kind of walking into this. Like, it just, everything kind of came with like an air dismissiveness. And it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's cool. Cause I technically, you could probably view it as though I dismissed you. But I mean, at the end of it all, are we taking windy walks together after this? Probably not. Are we better? Are we gonna be better for it afterward? Or whatever the case may be. I mean, I don't know.
I would at least at the very least hope that you have a better understanding of where it is that I'm coming from with my content. You know what I mean? Because I would again, going back to what you had just said about negative, positive. Those videos exist. I mean, you said that you don't get to see them. You don't have can't watch all of my videos. I'm just saying that those exist, and whether you watch them or not, that's completely on you. But they still exist. So I would at least I would hope. Well, you said that I was making baity videos, and then you spoke about the whole positive. Right. Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
Throughout the course of this conversation, honestly, I don't even know if you ever caught it, but I actually did just at some point, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. Now I've lost track of time. But I did actually say that, yeah, you're good.
No, you did. No, but that's what I'm saying.
I feel like we keep rotating back around. Like,
well, no,
and don't get me wrong,
I'm just saying you talk about what we're walking away from. I'm saying now you knew that didn't know before we ever got on the call, right? Because I explained it to you, and I get that you acknowledge it. All I'm saying is that at the very minimum, you should be. I would hope that you're walking away with that because you didn't have that information prior to this conversation. So, only reason I brought that up was because you talked about what we're walking away from outside of this conversation. I'm just saying, at the very minimum, from where I'm coming from with my content, you at least, because you even acknowledge it, like you said, you should become. I would think that you're coming away from that. You know what I mean? If we're walking away, I'm not saying no, it's going to be a powwow kumbaya. That's not, realistically, I don't with anybody I have on here. That's not necessarily what happens. But at the very minimum, I would hope that you better understand. Just like I better understand, not necessarily your positions, but I understand where or why that you have that perception because of algorithm purposes or what you come across and what you have was recommended to you. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, and to my response to that is, well, that doesn't negate what exists spite of that, right? So at the very minimum. Right. So at the very minimum, I would hope that we're coming away from that understanding that neither of us about the other had, right, prior to this conversation, because we got to have a conversation. So would you at least agree with that? Like, we both at least came out of it with that, like a better understanding of why that person has the position that the person has.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'd agree.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, I would at least think that we got that, and that's what it's about. At least when I have these debates or I have a conversation, I would expect to at least hope that doesn't always happen. You know what I mean? Because it does take two to tango in that regards. Is that we both come from it having an understanding, you know what I mean, of why that person feels the way they feel when that disagreement happen. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all that's all at the very minimum. If you walked away from this conversation with just that, I'm fine. You know what I mean? I would actually feel that this was a successful conversation. If that's what we both walk away from, is that at least you understand where I'm coming from and I understand where it is that you're coming from. As why, and again, that understanding would not have happened had we not cut the BS that's going on Twitter, high side and front, all of that. We get rid of that and we just have a conversation. And I like the idea of the simulcast because you get to have the conversation on your side. You have your following, I have mine. We just have we just hash it out, right? And we'll discuss. Mm-hmm. I would hope that we walk away with that, and it sounds like we did. So that to me, that makes this conversation a successful conversation. To me, that I'm not saying you have to agree with that, but that's me. Me personally, as long as you understand now, where I'm coming from and what it is that I do. I'm not saying you got to go subscribe, become a follower, go watch all of my videos. You don't got to do none of that. You know what I mean? It's all good. You don't have to do any of that. But at least at the very minimum, we understand where the other, was coming from. We're coming from.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool.
Right. So I guess I at least want to go through this last thing, before you talk to your folks. I talk to mine. I'm probably going to have somebody else on as well. Where I'm at, and you can tell me if you disagree, agree, where you're at with it. It seems like there's a disagreement. We talked about Falcon. That was what kind of sparked this whole thing. My position is that when he becomes captain, he then becomes a tokenized and again, I define those terms very specific in how you use those terms. I don't use it willy-nilly. I'm talking about when you mantle, person, what have you, race, sexuality, gender change of a classically, usually white character, right? So I would say, just like, because it's not just synonymous to race, right? I would consider Supergirl a tokenized version of Superman, right? And that doesn't mean that all tokenized characters are created equal. I've done a video about She-Hulk. I feel like She-Hulk, amongst both major companies, She-Hulk to me is the best handled tokenized character that has ever existed in mainstream comics. Meaning, I also not only that in terms of how she's handled, I enjoy the character, right? I can get some. That doesn't change the fact that she's tokenized version of Hulk, but I still there's degrees to it, right? So I'm trying to figure where we go left in the Captain Falcon thing, because my thing is that. And why I didn't like Sam Wilson's Captain America in the comic books. I don't want to see it played out, because what it does is it perpetuates this continuous idea that the position that's valid is the white man's position. This is why I always find it hilarious when somebody would claim that because I have that position, not saying that you did because you disagreed with the guy when he said it, claiming that it's cooning. When the reason that I have that position in the first place is because I have at least enough respect not only for myself, but for what these characters mean and embody, to not eat that up when a character that has been historically, originally their own character. Yes, they befriend with Cap, all of this. I have an issue when you take that character and think that, okay, well, his upgrade, right? His upgrade is following in the footsteps of a white man. And that's like not just me in terms of how I define it. That's what he was saying, right? That's what the writer, when they wrote him in, whether you read Sam Wilson's Captain America or the all new Captain, definitely that one, right? Where his whole dialogue when he couldn't throw the shield and all of that, his whole dialogue was, he'd have this conversation with himself. Man, I'm trying to follow in the footsteps of this guy. That I have an issue with that, right? And I don't want to see that played out, because that's not an upgrade to me. That's a demotion, if anything, because you're saying, well, what's the valid position? Captain America. Why? What? Because he's popular? I get it. But why is that a plus, right? That you're following the footstep of another man that has historically been white. You see what I mean? So that was my issue with the Captain America or Captain Falcon, you know what I mean? And why I made the video, which is what the guy that tagged you in it, ill intent or not, he tagged you in it saying just, that, and addressing in his little video, addressing my position on that. But where's the issue with that, if you have one at all, like with that position?
Well, I mean, my thing is, okay, so a lot to go back on there.
Yep.
As far as like the whole Falcon thing goes, and I think I'm gonna tell you where I think the disconnect for me comes on this one is the term tokenized.
Okay.
Because, for good or ill, it just sounds dismissive, like right off the rip. And not saying that like that's your intention, but I'm just saying that that's just what it comes off as.
Okay.
I mean, so yeah. You talked about She-Hulk, you talked about Supergirl, so on and so forth. My thing is, I mean, honestly, in the cases of legacy characters where they have like, big shoes to fill, I mean, that's not uncommon for a character. Like, hell, Bucky did the same thing as Captain America. Wally West as Flash. Yep. It took him years to feel like he was no longer in the shadow of Barry Allen, and these are white characters. Mm-hmm. These are white characters. Yep. Now, I mean, yeah, as far as what goes on with Falcon, I mean, yeah, I'll go ahead and be brutally honest with you. Did I enjoy the Sam Wilson Captain America run, like the comic as a whole? Not entirely. I mean, I liked parts of it, and there were other parts that didn't jive with me. So I'm not even gonna sit here and try and lie and say that I thought it was great. It was far and away from it.
Okay.
But
fair enough.
But my thing is, and this is, and like I'm not even talking about the comics here anymore on this. I'm strictly talking about the movies and the TV show, whatever, the stuff that's on Disney Plus, MCU, and all that stuff. Therein lies an opportunity to maybe do it better. Kind of like case in point, when you mentioned Batwoman earlier. I'm gonna kind of go around the block a little bit to make a point.
Okay.
You talked about Batwoman being the best handled show, so you clearly watched some of the CW stuff at the very least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when they came out with the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover in the Arrowverse, one of my biggest hopes was that, because I'll be brutally honest, I don't think Crisis on Infinite Earths as a comic has aged particularly well.
Okay.
I think it's kind of a boring comic. It's a chore to read. But honestly, that's just how certain comics were back then. But my thing was, I was like, you know what? This is an opportunity for the CW to take the story against all odds and maybe improve on it. Maybe improve on the storytelling on some factor or some level. And that's kind of what I'm looking at here with this. It's like, okay, yeah, did I enjoy everything about the Falcon Captain America run? No, not at all. But this is an opportunity. And I think Marvel, I mean, say what you will about, Captain Marvel and whatever other movies, that you didn't care for. But I feel like Marvel has a better track record when it comes to taking, maybe not entire, I'm not saying that, they're going to take an entire storyline and make it better, but certain aspects of characters that maybe didn't go over very well in the comics, I feel like they do a better job of making it translate on the big screen. Now, you can agree with that. You can disagree with that. I mean, that's fine. But in regards to Falcon, I'm perfectly fine with him being Cap because, like I said earlier, to me, it's just a title. I mean, yeah, is Captain America, yeah, Steve Rogers. When people think of Captain America, they're going to say, yes, Steve Rogers, that's my guy. That's probably what they're going to say. But, I mean, that's cool and all, but, I mean, I look at it as just any other title. I mean, hell, if you work at a, you work at a job, you're the assistant manager or regional manager or whatever, assistant to the regional manager, to quote a song title. You could be that guy for years. And then suddenly one day you're not. And that's just kind of how I look at it. It's just a title. And yeah, do I think that, well, are there other characters who may or may not be more deserving? Are there other characters, who could probably carry that mantle better? Does Falcon as a character maybe deserve something a little better, considering, his station is one of the earliest black superheroes in mainstream comics?
I think that makes it more insulting.
Well, no,
to me.
Well, no, and here's the thing. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm not disagreeing with you on that part. Like and I'll go ahead and say this because I'll be brutally honest with you. I actually didn't believe it the first time someone told it to me. But someone who is a mutual fan of both your channel and mine says to me like, you guys actually may agree on stuff more than you might think. And originally when he said that, I was like, you a goddamn lie. But I will say, I am big enough to admit that he was right. We do agree on a lot more than I originally thought.
Okay.
So I, like I said, I'm gonna give you that. Like I said, it's like I said, didn't expect you to have the opinion you had about She-Hulk or Batwoman. So that's refreshingly surprising. But my whole thing with it is just the fact that does he deserve more? Does Falcon maybe deserve maybe a little bit more? Maybe should he just, instead of maybe having a mantle passed on to him, maybe instead should he just kind of maybe be given his own movie or his own whatever? I mean, technically that is kind of the case because we got to remember the show ain't called Captain America and the Winter
it's called
Soldier.
Falcon. Correct.
It's called Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Correct.
And I think Anthony, and the reason why I kind of dismiss a lot of the talk people say about, Falcon this, Falcon that, he shouldn't be this, he shouldn't be that. My thing is that Anthony Mackie has come out on multiple occasions and said that in this show, he's not Captain America. It's very clear that U.S. Agent is going to be the guy who ultimately gets the shield. We've seen it on the leaked Twitter stuff. They showed it in the in the trailer, which I did agree with you. I wasn't crazy about the U.S. Agent thing or whatever. I agree with you on that. But I see where they're going with it. I kind of get the idea, the narrative, whatever they're trying to pitch. But if at the end of all this, if at the end of this show, because let's say it's not out yet, it's not out till August. Like, we don't know. And I'm not really crazy about judging something before I've actually seen the finished product. But I would like to believe you probably feel the exact same way.
Correct.
So my whole beef is that I want to wait and see when it's done. Because you know what? By the end of it, we could how many episodes this show's supposed to be? Was it like 8? Like maybe 6 or 8, maybe 10, whatever. If we get to the end and Falcon is still not Captain America, like how would that make you feel?
Me, I would be awesome. I actually talked about this in my reaction / breakdown of the trailer, and that preferably so the way that they could salvage this for me and me not have an issue with it is that he's whatever arc, whether they handle that in the episode or not, he's coming to the realization that he does not need the shield, that he can be and following his own footsteps and try to he can still honor, he can even hang the shield up, put it in a frame, in your apartment. I'm okay with that. Because that's at the end of the day, I'm not gonna deny that was his friend, you know what I mean? Because it's just like it was in the comics. So my thing is that I want him to remain Falcon. I don't want him throwing around like how he was in the comic book, throwing around his basically with his wings, just have the shield, and he's going around calling, gets a new color scheme, and then he goes around, because again, it was handed to him, because Captain America that aged or what have you, he's now Captain America. I don't like that, and that's what I don't want to see. So they could salvage this for me. That's what I talked about in the trailer. If it's established that I don't want it. Like I would actually respect that. If he's like, you know what? This ain't for me. You know what I mean? Like I don't want this shit. I don't want to use it. Like I'm not Cap. I'm Falcon. So let me create my own legacy, continue on my own footsteps. And I would love that. I would rave about that. I would make 100 videos talking about each and every episode that I'll watch. If that's the narrative, if that's the route that they go. Now that doesn't mean that the show is going to be great. You know what I mean? Just because he's not Cap, you know what I mean? That doesn't actually mean that it becomes absolute garbage just because it's just because he does become Cap. My thing is, I never liked it, don't want to see it, and definitely I think context absolutely is part of that. Yes, I look at tokenizing characters, or what I deem as tokenizing characters, unfavorable regardless. However, that, because of, again, he's one of the original Black Marvel characters, that magnifies this issue, because they're like, it's not good enough. He's been around, he's been original, he's not necessarily based off another character. They act as if there's a problem there. Now, if there's an issue with, and this is where I've been criticizing current comic book writers, if they can't take the characters and make them interesting, that's on the writers. You know what I mean? That's on them. If they can't do that with the platter that they've been served, and the characters that they did not create, that's on them. But that doesn't excuse, like, okay, well, we want to promote this character, so he's got to go follow white man Captain America or whatever character it is. I don't like that, certainly, because I think that, and just like with all different Marvel anyway, that was the thing that they was trying to do with a bunch of characters back then. They were specifically creating these characters to be this type of version of the character that everybody already knows, and that's, to me, is lazy. That to me is lazy. And I'm not saying that there can't be a point made that, okay, at the end of the day, the people that dislike or like this or want this, let's say Black characters, they're being hypocrites if they don't support the ones that exist. You know what I mean? Or not necessarily. I don't want to make people feel like they're obligated, but the ones that they do feel like are better handled, support them. You know what I mean?
Like, no, that's what I said earlier.
Yeah, right, exactly. So I'm not saying that still shouldn't be the case. You know what I mean? Because that absolutely should be the case. I'm saying that I'm not letting them make it, and I never have let them make it because I've seen it too often. The two things that I consider tokenization, whether it be directly in the comics, i.e. Sam Wilson's Captain America, or Black Canary in the new in Birds of Prey. Like, I ain't trying to see that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see that. I think it's a lazy bone that they throw. And a lot of people, to me, foam at the mouth at the idea of having this, I don't know, black version of a character. Or, you know, sometimes it's gay version of the character. Sometimes it's a female version of the I don't want to see that. Like, I'd much rather you use, again, Marvel and DC both have official encyclopedias with mountains of characters that aren't necessarily dead. Some of them they killed off, but it's comic books. They can bring them back if they were dead anyway. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, if they couldn't, and it's not like they haven't done it, John Diggle, like, is original. Like, he's not necessarily based off of anything like that was them. He wasn't in any comic book or really anything prior to the show. They brought him in.
He's a tribute to Andy Diggle.
Right. But he is another character. They just said, you know what, we're going to start from scratch. And comic book movies do that all the time. Movies do that all day. Video games, Resident Evil, the main chick in Resident Evil isn't in any video games. You know what I mean? So it's not like it can't happen. They can do it. They just, to me, choose not to. And they take the easy route out of, okay, and this is what I talked about in the trailer with Marvel Cinematic Universe. I can't let them make it. The vast majority of the black characters that are in the Marvel Cinematic Universe right now, right, that are not tied to the Black Panther universe are not originally black, aside from Falcon. Nick Fury, I don't consider, I mean, yes, we know who, you know, Rhodes is, but it's Black Iron Man. Like, let's be for real. He was actually Iron Man twice before he was ever called War Machine. He
was Iron Man in 1984.
Yep, he was. Yeah, so you have him, Valkyrie, Heimdall, which again to me is the equivalent. Making them white is the equivalent to me of having white Wakandans to me, because it's based off of Norse mythology. So those characters have been so you know, Baron Mordo, Transylvanian, not black. So that, but those are, you know, I've named what you can consider main characters within their universe, and the ones that aren't tied to Black Panther, which is a bunch of them there, tokenized. I can't let them make it when they do stuff like that. They have the one that is an original. That's why context is important. The one that is original that they brought in, they want them to. I don't know. We, like you said, we have to see. We have to watch the show because we don't know what's actually going to happen. But if they're going the route of making him that, to me, that speaks to laziness. To me, I can't let them make it, and I think that speaks to a trend as far as what I'm seeing. I think there's too many talented writers out there. You got independent comic book writers that would love, that are itching to write previous comic book writers. You know what I mean? I've talked and raved about Kevin, who created Blue Marvel, who is a friend of mine. You know what I mean? Him and I actually are cool with each other. And, you know, I have an interview coming out talking to him about some of the, you know, Marvel and how they do them. They no matter how they try to pull this diversity card, they ain't as clean, you know what I mean, or on board with that as they like to pretend that they are. But there's plenty of writers that have that talent that can come up with new characters that I think actually can catch on, because Marvel's in a unique spot because they have the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So they have eyes on the normies, right? The people that don't necessarily know the characters. They may know of them, they may can Google them, but they don't know, so you could turn a character into a rock star if you play your cards right. So it's no excuse. And that's my issue with what happens, not just with Falcon, you know what I mean, with what happens with a lot of characters. It's not, to be fair, it's not exclusive to Marvel. DC does it too. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree with that at all.
Right. So, you know, that's my thing, and that why I don't want to see it play out, and why I get the whole, you know, when you hear the term tokenizing, it has this negative connotation. But me personally, I that's by design for one, and when I use the term, because I don't think it's a favorable thing to do. Certainly in this day and age when there's just too much creativity, it's just way too much creativity out there, in which people can come up with new characters, expand upon the ones that maybe, let's say, had a bad writer, Jet or something like that for DC, that they could give that character to somebody else. And they could probably do a good job. There's people lining up for that. They just choose not to. You know what I mean? And that is, I think, speaks to a larger issue. I think that speaks to a larger issue as far as what's going on. But that's my position on tokenizing in general, right? Whether it be Falcon, whether it be any whatever character. And again, it's not just with directly in the comics. A lot of times, and I would argue this happens more than the latter, is that they just bring a historically white character and bring them in, and then they race change them. You know, and if I was a redhead, I'd be pissed off because those seem to be the main ones that they get a hold of. Both companies, and they just try to get them up out of there. You know what I mean? And they tokenize them. So that's my position. That's my position on and that's why I have it. It's rooted in the fact that, again, I would much rather, and I want to, and I support more original characters. And yes, I get that there may be people that say that and don't necessarily put either money where their mouth is or platform, you know what I mean, where their mouth is, and giving the platform to those characters. That's not certainly me, because I'm ranting and raving about these characters all the time. You did one of the videos I did see that you talked about was Sync. Sync. I did a video on Sync too. I did a video on Sync years ago when I was talking about, hey, I did a list. I was like talking about these original black characters that Marvel should expand on. He was the one that I had mentioned. You know what I mean? So now that they're able to bring these characters back, mutants, he was top of my list, and they brought him back. You know, so here we go. I do a video. Hey man, Sync is back. Yes, you know what I mean? Like putting people on game, letting them know about it. That's what it is that I do. But me personally, I have no issue saying that I get offended. You know what I mean? When I see. And offended as a fan, like of books, you know what I mean? I get offended when people take this lazy route of just palette swap versions or different sexualized, like different sex versions or different gender version, homosexuality, a different gender version of a character that already exists. I just think it's just with those big two and their pool of money, it's just not, it's not tolerable. That's just me.
Oh no, I don't disagree. I mean, if I have a choice, I would rather see an original character, than someone who's being passed a mantle. If I'm being introduced to a character, and the reason why I say that is largely because of the fact that I think you're no stranger to this either, but 99.9% of the time, these characters we get introduced to who are for one reason or another, picking up the mantle of another character. 99.9% of the time, they usually wind up moving on to be their own character at some point or another. So I would, in a lot of cases, I get why. I understand why they do it. I understand 100% why they do it. It's not saying I agree with it. I'm not saying I agree with it. I know why they do it. They do it because it's just easier to introduce a new character through an already established one than to just throw one out there and hope to God somebody buys it. I totally get that. Totally get it. Not saying it's right. Not saying it's the way it should be, but it's just one of those things. It's just the way it usually rolls. But now going into like, Marvel, DC, they're both are guilty of having, I would say, a cornucopia of black characters. And not just black characters. I'm just characters of color in general.
Yeah, that aren't straight
black,
white,
brown.
Yeah,
Asian, Mexican, whatever persuasion. They have a cornucopia. Of those characters. I do not disagree with you on that, and I would much rather see those characters be used than some other one. Just that just one of those things that hey, I always tell people, hey, vote with your dollars. If you want, like case in point, when people say, hey, I always have people on my channel talking about, hey, I want Blade, or hey, well, why doesn't Blade have a solo book? Why doesn't Blue Marvel have a solo book? Why doesn't, just random and sundry other characters, why don't they have solo books? And the answer I usually tell people is, man, vote with your dollars. Go back and find those old comics, man. Talk about it on social media. Talk about it. And case in point, I mean, we're not that different in this regard, but I like to use my platform to highlight characters of color too. Not just Sync, but I mean, hell, I've done videos about Blue Marvel. I've done videos about Monica Rambeau. I've done videos about pretty much almost every major player in Milestone, whether it's Icon, Static, Hardware, Rocket, Technique, whoever. Because I want people to know about these characters. Because there are people, hell, when Shazam came out, I did a video about Darla Dudley. People didn't know who the hell she was. I mean, they know now because of Shazam.
Right.
But I think what was it, the 2 weeks or month leading up to the release of that movie, nobody did. And when I put that video out, people were like, "Oh my God, I didn't know this was a thing."
Yep.
And that's like I said. So I mean, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is, or rather, in this case, in this particular context, my platform, where my mouth is. I mean, yeah, do I cover a lot of comics and just whatever the mainstream whatever is? Yeah, sure. But I mean, I do also like talk about lesser known characters that people they don't talk about.
Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah, no, like I said, in that regard, we're not in disagreement on a lot of that. I think me and you're on the same page as far as like I said, like I said once again, I think the only disconnect I probably have with you on that whole stance is just me personally, it's just because I just don't like the term token in any, and that doesn't have anything to do with you. It's just I grew up going to you lived in Memphis. You say you went here for college, so you probably are pretty hip to how Memphis can be in a lot of respects. So
how they treat again, I was a rock star out there. I already know. I trust me. I know that term is going to be used for people that don't toe the line. You know what I mean?
No,
definitely in places out there. Black people that may be into, let's say, things that aren't necessarily what they think that we should, be a part of. So I get it that term can be, because that's what they'd call you, right? It's like if you talk about that and God forbid somebody likes it, that's what they're gonna discuss. I get it. That's a fair. That is a fair, and I'll be 100% honest. That is a fair assessment of that term. You know what I mean? Because
I'm not telling you you can't use it. I was just letting you know where I'm coming from. I'm not saying, man, you got to change the way you.
No,
I'm
I
not
get
saying
it.
that. I'm just saying.
I get it. No, I get it. Like that is a absolutely fair assessment as to why you would stray away or dislike. Definitely from experience, right? Why you would dislike that term. You know what I mean? I get it. I'm not even gonna form an argument because there's no argument to be made there. Like that's fair enough. Like that's how you feel about the usage of the term. I mean, you've already explained. How I use it, but I get it. I'm not even gonna form an argument against you thinking that you looking at that term in distaste. I'm not even gonna form an argument because that's a fair assessment. 100% fair assessment.
Like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and try and pretend like I know your background.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say it would not be entirely unfair to say that you and I probably have not too terribly different of a background in certain respects.
Definitely.
Like
from Memphis is just that's why it's my second home. It's just like Dallas.
Yeah. I used to
in the city of Dallas.
Yeah. I used to do music too. I performed in heavy metal bands, I performed in hip hop groups, all sorts of stuff. Locally. So I'm no stranger to either being the one who is the norm in the room or being the oddball or in that case the token in the room. So like I said, that's part of the reason why I have that attitude towards that. But no, like I said, I don't disagree. Yeah, no. If you have a wealth, if you have a motherlode of diverse characters, like I said, whether black, brown, gay, straight, whatever, use them. Now, should if you can improve on things, improve on them. But no, I don't think that. But at the same time, I don't feel that whether it's Marvel, whether it's DC. I think people tend to lean one way or the other, depending on I think honestly, Marvel probably gets the worst. Marvel probably gets the worst of it. Just because, I mean, honestly, right now, they probably have the most comics coming out.
Oh yeah.
Between the big two.
Absolutely.
Was DC dropped from releasing anywhere in the neighborhood of 50, 60, however some many titles, dropping maybe half that. Marvel has like an endless well of titles that they're constantly throwing out there. So that's fine. That's fine. I totally get it. So it's real easy to shit on I guess what some people would perceive as like the top dog or like or praise the underdog, whatever. Yeah, no, I agree. DC, they're equally as egregious of doing the same thing. They did the same thing with what was it, Jorge Jimenez with Blue Beetle.
Yep.
Ryan Choi as the Atom. You know, they've done it multiple times with
they're not absolved.
Yeah, I mean, I would even say technically, even though I this one's a little bit different to me just because it's you know a multiverse character, but I mean technically they've done the same thing with Power Girl. There's a black version. I mean, technically she doesn't even, they don't even really commonly refer to her as Power Girl. They just kind of refer to her by her government name, but still, that is a thing too. So I mean, and you do have what was it, New 52? They flipped Wally West. You had nobody talks about it because I mean, really, it's one of those things like DC's just kind of a safe one. Just like, we're not gonna clown DC. We're just gonna clown Marvel, which I mean, it's fine. But yeah, no, they both do it. They're all guilty of the same thing. They all have sacred cows that they could probably stand to put to slaughter. I'm not gonna fight you on that one at all. Like I said, we are in total agreement on a lot of things in that respect.
For sure.
But like I said, you got like I said, I've talked. You got the floor.
Yeah, no, that was it. No, that is that's an agreement, and I actually think to me, I think that's because we're about to close in on the 2-hour mark, so I do think that's a good, because we both agree. All of what you just said, I didn't disagree with any of that. So I think that's a good spot to certainly end on. I think we both have a better understanding of where the other is coming from. So to me, again, that's the whole point of why I want to have these sorts of conversations. Why I like having these sorts of conversations on my channel is that I want to, especially when we disagree. I would argue I have more disputes on my channel here and on the show here. I have more disputes than I have just people on that I disagree with. You know what I mean? I think that's just kind of the nature of what it is that I do. So to me personally, I think that's valuable. We both walked away from it, you know what I mean, having a better understanding of where the other, granted we may have certainly in terms of how we create our personal content, we both have our preferences and our approach there, totally understandable, but we know we have a better understanding, which we both confirm, and to me that's what it's about. So I appreciate you taking the time out your day, chiming in. I'm gonna let you go chat with your fans, and I got another guy that I'm gonna try to get on here as well and have a conversation with. But again, I do appreciate you you're stopping by and having a discussion.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
For sure. All right, man. Now take it easy.
Do the same, man. Take care.
Yo. So, like I said, I always say, right? If you could cut through the bullshit, you know what I mean, in terms of these people that make arguments in terms of not liking my content or so, a lot of that is centered around, and that's the nature of the culture, the social media culture. It's centered around, okay, guy doesn't like me, or not guy, people don't like me saying what I say. They're like, how dare you, right? How dare you have that position, right? How dare you have that position, right? And you
Looks like we
speak
got a
that.
Mac in a super chat.
Dude, I don't gotta hide. I have conversations. I would love to have conversations. I would love to continue to have conversations with people that disagree with me. And I will always take issue with or take exception, dare I say. Take exception to someone that would ever suggest that I don't, right? Like I live in an echo chamber or something. You know what I mean? So I got another guy, another Blerd that I would like to get on. And let's see what happens. Let me I'm gonna text this guy right now. Because this guy was like, you won't debate me. He said I was cooning, so let's get this guy on next. Okay. I got like an ass load of super chats and donations and shit. So that $50 donation, which was popped off by way of Ooga Booga, I appreciate that. We got a $10 from Ooga Booga, says monetize haters. Cody says simple ass. Appreciate that $5. Nick says with a $10 Canadian says it's not about mantles, it's not about title, it's about a character and story. Writing 101 story and character intertwined. Change the character and you change the story by necessity. Caffeinated comic books $2. Love tokenized Wally West, I bet. $5 from Jeremy Joestar says turning Wally black for no reason okay, or Riri asking her white teacher to tell her she can't do something. Look at that. Just curious.
We got ourselves a Mac.
No reason. Well, no. You were asking him, not me, because you know my position. Tokenized Wally West is not my guy. $2. Point is horrible. From Ezekiel, $5 says type of dude that Rise Beyond Fate says don't break an ankle. Backing up. Cody, what with copious fear. Malwinius, from a white dude to a black dude, make color do not matter. $5 from Wedge JC. I think Ripper loses when he uses big words. $5. Can you go solo anytime and now speak? Ken, $5 to hell with worrying about diversity. Worry about entertainment and continuity. Forcing diversity sacrifices too many other important things. I agree with that 100%. $5 from the Ashen Luca says really good convo. Glad we're able to have a relaxed convo about it after turbulence in the middle, says Ashen Luca. Appreciate that. $2 says Colton B. I think a lot of people that just like have issue with me, a lot of them just don't even fucking understand where I'm coming from. And it's like I try to be fair to that, but in the same respects, I can't be well, it's not even that I can't be too fair. It's that it has to be taken into consideration that some people allow their other individuals to shape their perception of other people, and that's not my fault right there. You know what I mean? That's a criticism, right? That's a criticism of anybody. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that at all. I'm trying to see if this one guy who I just messaged is going to get on. I said I was cooning. Said ready for what? There we go. I should leave this one up. I might leave it up. So you're saying like don't have it unlisted? I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. I will leave this one up. I think this is a good one, so I'll leave it up. I won't have this one hiding behind not hiding, but it won't be behind my membership. Late, but I didn't expect such a fast send. I've added you. I'm kind of wondering if there's a specific date.
Hold up. Looks like we got a Mac in the
Spider
super
Bro,
chat.
I hope you're in the chat, but dude, you emailed me talking about you wanted to debate. Why would I come up with the topic? I don't know. I don't even know your positions. $5 from Keandre. Said started off rough, but I actually liked y'all convo. Would definitely see more from you too. That's more so. That's on the other side. Like I say, I haven't changed my position. Like my position was the exact same. So I'm trying to get this other guy here because he had some things to say, some interessante. things to say about me too. So we're gonna try to get this other guy too. He was actually the guy that reeled me in this conversation that the guy we just had the discussion with. He was the one that popped it off. So I'm trying to get him on. He also said I was cooning, so we got to get him to say that. Oh crap! This is still going. It's only been 2 hours. Wilfredo. Like people professionally stream longer than this. I think I got some new memberships that I need to go through. Let me go to my studio.
Hold up. Looks like we got a Mac and a super chat.
All the new member. Wow, man, we're almost at 100 members, man. That's about the line that I want to start to do a bunch of original shit. All new members today: Jeremy, Joestar, Avery, Dry Socks, and David. David's Ultra Mac, Dry Socks, a Super Mac, and 2 Little Macs, and Jeremy, as well as Avery Everett. Man, I appreciate you guys being new members. No. The guy the guy that we just had the conversation with, we just blurred, without fear. We just had our conversation. But there's the guy that popped this shit off. I'm trying to get him on now. The guy that actually popped it off, because he reeled me in, and that's why that guy. That's why he had his bit to say, and that's why I was like, all right, let's have a conversation. But I'm trying to get this other guy here. So so it's not over with. It ain't over. It ain't over. So I'm trying to get this guy. Maybe a video bobbing in the back. Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. This community, did I say progressive? Trying to get this guy on, man. He says that he's fine. Let me get my mic. Are we doing this via Skype or StreamYard? I don't use StreamYard, so. But y'all just wanted to get.
Looks like we got a Mac and a super
Well, we can
chat.
discuss that. Spider Bro. It probably had to be another day because we're talking about like comics and stuff. Thanks, Douglas. $20 from Aim Paradox said he definitely was dodging questions and trying to a lot of take stabs at you, but you definitely handle that well and turn that around to an enjoyable day. You walked away learning something for sure. Yeah. I think a lot of guys get it twisted. You know what I mean? Like it's just. Like I can't force people to have the correct opinion about me. And by correct, I mean like base their opinion, not necessarily correct opinion, but base their opinion on me via what is truth. You see what I'm saying? Like not everybody does that. So I can't force people to do that. I can only give you the facts. And if you take the fact, you take the facts. Do with the facts what you may. Ever seen Comic Book University's channel? I feel like I have not. Band Backwards, BACKWORDZ is the name of my band. Oh, Liberty Bro just said it. Mother and children inspired disrespect with just went out the straw, man. Well, yeah, I mean that's like I say, man. I think a lot of you gotta. Again, it's not for you guys to understand, to be fair, but people. The reason why like people like being, let's say, dare I say, aggressive with me, like that shit don't faze me because bro, I go to banking, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, they should attest to that too. Like, it's like I'm not like I don't give a fuck about walking in the lion's den. You know what I mean? Like that ain't shit to me. You know what I mean? Like it's just, you know what I mean? Like I don't fucking. It's just whatever with me. You know what I mean? It's just. That's that specific. I don't know. Like I don't really know what you specifically want to talk. That's kind of on you because I know you wanted to have a conversation, that you wanted to debate. So you let me know and we'll make it happen. That was really smart when you told chat. Favorite book of 2019 was there was no way all of us would have knew if we were all about negativity. No, that's why I did it. That's specifically why I said that. Like, if there's no way that you guys couldn't have known, that lets you know right now or right there that I always talk about what I like. You know what I mean? I always talk. There's no way the chat's fucking flooding and shit. I never mentioned it, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't give a fuck about it. Like, this ain't shit to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like, and that's because I give you guys the authentic me. I'm not on here fucking hot side and fronting and shit. You know what I mean? I'm who I am. You know what I mean? And how I am here is exactly how I am.
You got a Mac in a super chat.
Exactly how I am elsewhere. That's just why I can say what I say with conviction, right? I have conviction in my positions, right? Conviction in my beliefs. Because I actually hold them. And I can, debate them. You know what I'm talking about? There's never a lion there den that you let Chihuahua. So a Chihuahua den, I get it. Because, yeah, I mean, it's usually slight work. These hug it out while I was out, dozed off a bit. It's not your weight class. Where JC? Not really. It was more of a we came to an understanding. He got it, where I was coming from. And he realized that even with how the shit popped off, that we have agreement, right, on the subject. Definitely what we were talking about, which is, it goes to show that certain people warp their positions based on how do I say this without sounding fucked up? People warp their positions of other individuals, unfortunately, based not only just on what other people say, but it's all a fucking hot side, right? And this is why I love being like, with my content, granted, I have being libertarian, but I'm the head of the department that I'm in. Like, nobody pulls the strings here, right? Like, it's just me. You know what I mean? It's just me. You know what I'm saying? So I get to say what I want, how I want, when I want, and you take it, and you take it however way that you may. You take it in whatever way that you may. But I'm not changing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Better have a chance. Hopefully, I would hope that everybody that watched this that may not have agreed with me got something from it in terms of my positions, right? Because I've never, and again, I'm not necessarily saying anything new, right? For the people that follow me, you guys know there was nothing that I introduced in that conversation that I have not already said probably 50,000 times. It's just a matter of talking to people that either don't like the fact that I say shit that I say, or they're not that familiar with it, but they have these aggressive opinions about it. You know what I'm saying? I've never, like, you guys agree, right? Like, there was nothing that you guys that followed me learned new about my positions in that conversation. There was nothing introductory. Like, that was all the same shit I probably done 99 videos on. You know what I mean? Or streams, right? I have already talked about that. Have you ever watched some of us Righteous Against Bigoted Views? No, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm just uber familiar with his content. I'm not. I haven't watched really. I seen his thumbnails, looking at it like once we agreed, but I have not watched really any. But thing is, I'm not forming an opinion on him. You know what I mean? Or I haven't said, like, even with that conversation, like, that was not the direction that we took it. I took exception to it when it was the opposite way. You know what I'm saying? But, like, there was nothing that I said, and this is why I love being consistent. This is why I will repeat myself over and over and over and over again on videos. No matter how much my followers may get tired. Damn, you already talked about. I don't give a shit. That lets me know I'm consistent. But the reason being is that you guys know that there's not some new stumbled upon position, right? I can say, hey, I went and talked about this because I did talk about it already. You know what I'm saying? Opinion on the halftime. I haven't seen the halftime show. There was no chance that I was going to watch the Super Bowl halftime show. Like none. I don't like. There's not a chance that anything that I thoroughly enjoy is going to ever be on a halftime of a Super Bowl. So even if I watch portions of the game, what are y'all doing, man? Why are y'all here? Even if I watch portions of the game, like I'm not watching the fucking halftime show. I'm turning anything pop culture. I don't even want to fucking be fucking with that shit. Like I mean. Let's say the conversation with yeah, that was the part I was like, all right, nah, it ain't, nah, we don't do that here. You know what I mean? Because it ain't. You know what I mean? I just fucking, y'all know I am, man. Like, come on, bros. Like, I'm who I am. Like, I ain't fucking, ain't no off switch here, baby. Ain't no hot side, ain't no fronting, ain't none of that shit. It's just straight up 100. Like, I'm 100 with you. I ain't fucking. I don't gotta fucking, oh man, you see you. Nah, you see me in person, it's gonna be the same shit. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. That's not to who we just debated. That's to anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I give the same shit. You know what I mean? I'll be as cordial and respectful as I expect you to be. Man, you know, if it goes another route, it goes another route. But I don't fucking, ain't no off switch over here. Like, ain't no fucking. Yeah, cause I don't do that front shit. I actually despise when people do that. You know what I mean? Ain't no fucking like, and the thing is, I can't afford to be that way, right? Because my life is public. You know what I mean? Like because of the band and the politics and shit. Like anybody could, you know, come have a talk. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can have a chat. Shit. You know what I mean? Anybody can have a fucking chat. We got another guy that takes a long time to boot up their laptop or computer or whatever PC. Johnny Torch says they'll never stop race changing comic characters in film until the black community unanimously denounces the practice. Agree? Keep it together. I don't disagree. Or any community, like any like minority community or whatever have you, it would have
like
to. They wouldn't stop doing it until they said stop this shit. You got to understand the reason that they do that is because they think, and because it often does, it appeases that particular crowd. You know what I mean? This is why I don't mind calling it tokenizing, right? It appeases that certain crowd. That's why they do it. And if they rejected it, if they were like stop that, they wouldn't do it anymore. They do it because it's actually the opposite effect. They look at it like, well, you're gonna support it, and that's what these weirdo stan Twitter guys do. Like they make Twitter stan accounts. Oh yeah, Slay Queen, Irish West, Black Irish. Like, so as long as they do that shit, they gonna keep doing it. They ain't gonna stop. You know what I mean? Do you feel race changing could be ignored if the actor was good actor? No, I mean, I can tolerate it, but I wouldn't ignore it. It will still, to me, be like I would never not call it what it is, right? Just because I can tolerate some shit, I can tolerate this person being that character, like for the sake of that doesn't mean that it's still like not a fucking like it wasn't unnecessary. You know what I mean? That's all. Hey, we rated his chat, then couldn't point to any insults. Yeah, that was kind of, I guess he said that they were being deleted. So I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. But he had said that like they were. I guess he was saying that people asked. I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. I never went to his page. I never went to his page. I just knew that he said he was going to be live. He said he was simulcast. His mods were deleting stuff, so yeah, maybe that's why I couldn't find it.
I appreciate that, dog.
Auto Def says relatively new subscriber, awesome content as always. Is a Auto Def with $1.11 1 donation. Appreciate that. Much love, homie. Now I'm gonna have cutting through BS. You know what I mean? You know, that doesn't stand for tokenizing characters. I'll send a link to the stream. Blerd, learn something you could take. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave it live. Usually I would keep the stream. I think this was a good one. For his fans, for everybody else's fans, mine. I think it was a good one, so I'm gonna leave it live. I'm gonna leave it live. Like usually, I'm under Skype. All right, let me look this guy up. This guy said he was under Skype. This guy that said I was cooning. It's gonna be a fun one, baby. I think this guy's gonna be more like on some like extra shit. There he is.
Hold up. Looks like we got a Mac in a super chat.
$5 from Jason Static says Toad needs his own movie, best villain in comics. Says Jason Static. That behind me? Oh, that's my lady. I thought it was a ghost or something. Oh, you just wanted me to say that? Yes, y'all petty, but I feel bad for the. Yeah, man, like. But nah, it did get off to a start, bro. Like it kind of went off the rails when the whole shit was like, cause that was my thing. Y'all understand where I was coming from, right? Like, I was trying to stop him because I knew where he was going, right? He was about to specifically make an argument that was not my position, but he was going to pretend that it was. And I was like, I don't want to hear about those guys, right? And he's like, no, I'm including you. And then soon as I said that, he immediately strawmanned the position. So I was like, fuck, man. Like, no, like, you can't do that. That's not fair, man. You cannot fucking do that. But I appreciate everybody here. If you're still here, please thumbs this video up. I would greatly appreciate that. You warned him and then he got mad for it. Yeah, that's what, and that's why it got rocky. I wanted people to understand, like, it got rocky, but that's why. It wasn't like I did anything. I think I was really pretty fair. I'm like, dude, you can't. Look, man, like, that's one thing you can't do, right? Like, that's an issue, right? You can't be fucking just saying people said things that they didn't have, or saying that they do things that they don't do. That's not right. Especially when they're like, don't do that. Like, I knew, because I saw it coming, saw it a mile away. I was like, he's about to say something about other people, but he's going to act as if it's my position. And that's literally exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. Because on a straw man, and they'll try to turn it by saying you every time, right? But there's every time that happens, right? It's like, dude, you can't, that's not you, like, because I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me, because I wouldn't do that to them. You know what I mean? And if I did, correct me, right? Correct me. If I say that you are holding a position that you don't have, correct me. Like, straight up. Like, tell me no, right? And I'm like, all right, cool. That's not your position. And I move on. Like, if that's not your position, it's not your position, right? Like, you can't fucking do that. You can't fucking, like, anybody. Like, I don't care who you are. Like, don't do that to people. That's not fucking cool, man. Like, I'll be saying people have positions that they don't have, like effectively strawmen. That's not fair to, definitely if you have a platform, it's not fair to anybody, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever do that to people, man. Like, that's not, because that's how bullshit gets spread, right? You say people say something, and then you get these messy ass gossip girl fucking type motherfuckers that always talking about some Oh, well, I heard he did this. That's really how this whole shit went. Like, well, somebody said, like, no. So just don't do that. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. Why does it matter that Kathleen Kennedy need for upcoming said to be erected by a woman? Clickbait, right? Oh, I'm not sure. I know you guys always talk about Star Wars, and I have nothing to add because I don't watch Star Wars. No, this guy, he's far tolerable than a burner. Well, yeah, that guy was something else. All right, I'm about to call this guy now, y'all, and we about to get things shaking and moving, baby.
Yeah, I'm Ripper. What's up, Eric?
What's up, man?
Not much. I'm trying to change my camera on Spike because this is showing my webcam and not my other cam.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear loud and clear.
Okay, that's good. Hold on one second. Let me go to the settings real quick. Video. Webcam settings. Now I watched the debate. That was a good debate.
Yep. I figured it would be. I certainly figured it would be. For sure. You got your camera. Oh, I see you still took out the headphones. So
yeah, I'm switching because I can hear you now.
Okay.
I'm just switching this. It'll take a second.
Okay.
Now I like the debate. I learned a lot.
Okay.
That's why when you were like, "You next," I was like, "Oh, he's serious." Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You said that you wanted to you wanted to have a conversation. So I was like, all right, you can get next, and we'll see what's happening.
Okay. I guess it won't let me switch webcams. This one I have to do.
Okay.
Just plugging in my mic.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't have to set up. I wasn't ready. I wasn't.
Okay. If you need me to get you back, like I can go back to having a conversation with if you want to take some time to set that up, I can go back to having a conversation with my audience if you want, and you can just call me.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I think this channel off. Test.
Yep, I can hear you, loud and clear.
What the hell happened? Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear. Mic
Hello?
check. Mic check. 1
Hello?
2 check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check.
Hello?
Toast.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay. Forget the mic. I'll just talk. As long as you can hear me, we're good.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready when you are.
Okay. All right. No, I'm ready to rock. We're already live. So I just want you to I just want to start this thing off because you made a claim that I was Conan. I just want you to make sure I just want you to kind of go into detail of why it is that you feel that way and why you feel that just go into detail of why you feel that I'm Conan. There.
Okay.
I say.
And I apologize for the term. I know it's normally a very negative term.
Yes.
I use that word only because the whole age of Comic Gate and looking at your material, and like I said in my response video to your whole Falcon shouldn't be Captain America video, I said if you're gonna talk about original black characters, let's have that conversation. But the Cooney comment only comes from the fact that your material on your channel, on your platform, has changed since this whole Comic Gate SJW thing came about a couple years ago.
What do you mean by more so what change do you think is attributed to I guess that earns that term? Like, what do you mean by that change?
As the Blerd Without Fear said, a lot of it is clickbait. I would even call it bigot bait because certain things will attract a certain type of audience.
But
it's the law of attraction.
Okay. So, but that would mean that you would have to prove that that's specifically why I uploaded it. You know what I mean? You'd have to prove if the claim is that I'm cooning, and that's more so how you define it. You would have to then prove that that's specifically why I upload that material to quote unquote clickbait, which I don't know how that can be bait in a
bigot
sense
bait.
Because all right, so bigot bait. All right, let's start there. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean about bigot bait?
You love using the term tokenism. Am I correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay.
That's a term that I would argue that I dubbed that because like there's like, as far as how I use it, I'm the one that kind of led the charge on that. Like, you can go date back and watch as many. I'm the one that started using that and talking about these kind of characters. So yes, I love using that term.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have the dictionary definition of token or tokenism. Okay. But essentially, it's being one of the only people within a group that doesn't look like you.
No, that's not. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's how the definition defined it. That's never been how I've defined tokenism. Like, never once have I ever defined tokenism in that way. Never.
Okay, so this goes back to why I say you're cooning and catering to a certain audience. You're one of the only few people that look like me.
Okay.
That's taking this comic gate stance, and when I say comic gate, I'm not talking about gatekeepers or things like that in the comic book industry. I'm talking about the ones that seem to have an issue with women, have an issue with people of color, have an issue with sexism, LBGQ, have issues with those. And some people to various degrees, I will admit. So when I look at the word tokenism, I find it ironic because you're a very intelligent man on many different levels. Like, I said, I'm a fan of your channel. I don't agree with everything. That's life. We're not going to agree with everybody. But listening to your politics, you make some valid points when I listen to your politics. But when I look at your comic book material and I see a lot of his change, yes, you talk about things that you feel should change. I get that. But over the last 2 years since this, and I bring this up only to state the point that I see the change where the whole comic gate thing became popular, your material changed and became more clickbait worthy to cater to that audience. And when I say cooning, I look at the tokenism of it, of you being one of the few black people in that arena surrounded by a bunch of white bigots that are preaching similar content, whether intentional or not. That's how I'm looking at it.
Okay. Well, there's a lot to unpack there, but my thing is my first comic book video that I ever did on this channel was I was covering a book by name of, well, it was called White Lily was the name of the book. I reviewed that. And then after that, I started talking about other things. Talked about obviously my Who is Thanos, Who is Black Panther series, but I also did Supergirl. Right, Supergirl was my first like big video in the comic book realm because that's actually my most viewed video ever in terms of having 1 million something views. So I don't necessarily understand the change, but mainly because that you're referring to, but mainly because this whole like I'm surrounded by this, and I'm pretty independent as a creator. On the comic book stuff, so I'm trying to figure out where we're coming up with this, like, because you talk about Comicsgate and all, and I don't have a beef with Comicsgate, but I'm not in Comicsgate, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not. That's not my movement, you know what I mean? Like, that's pretty clear too, like, because I'm not. You know, when EVS has all of his meetings and stuff like that. And first of all, I don't think that's a fair assessment of that movement. Number one, but regardless, even if we assume that to be true, it's kind of weird to pin that on me, even though I'm not necessarily I'm not part of that. Like, not necessarily, I'm not part of it at all. I don't do videos with them. I don't talk about Comicsgate this. Like I don't even none of my videos talk about Comicsgate because it's not my movement. That's a movement of other people. Which again, I don't think that's a fair assessment of that group because I do think that there's some good things coming from it. I think a lot of those guys have valid points. I think a lot of those guys have good work, and I'm not even afraid to, say that. And a lot of those guys are cool with me. Like, I've done streams alongside Ethan Van Sciver, but like I'm not like in that. I'm not Comicsgate. I've never appeared that way. They've never promoted me as that. I don't understand why I have to pay for that assessment of them, which I believe is unfair, but I don't understand why I have to pay for that. Even though I'm clearly not like a part of that group. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you're not directly a part of it, but they do mention some of your videos. They mention you, you're even knowledgeable or not, but some of your content, not all of it, does attract that same crowd. Especially when you
and that crowd being Comicsgate, or that crowd just being like people that you don't like in terms of like where they like what they view, like how they view things. Because I know I have actually a lot of non Comicsgate guys that actually are followers of me as well. Like and by none I mean like anti, like a lot of people that don't like those guys over there, and they actually follow me as well. So
yeah, and I think there's two different groups. I think there's Comicsgate that won't change in the comic book industry. They want more creative rights. That's one group. And then you had a group that they just want all white everything. They don't want to see women. They don't want to see ethnic groups. They don't want to see gay or lesbian characters. That's where some of your content falls into.
But I've never made that claim.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've never made that claim. I've never made that claim that I didn't want to see these types of characters. Like that's never ever come from my mouth. Like that's never been a position that I even pretend to have. I've never made that claim, and I've never even presented my material like that. I've never presented my material that I don't want to see. Like that's kind of silly. Like I have a background. Like usually my backdrop is full of like black characters. I don't understand how I could be anti. That doesn't even make sense. I would love for you to expand on that, because that doesn't really make sense to me.
A good majority of content, your comic related. I'm just speaking of your comic related content.
Mm-hmm.
You start off with tokenism and gender swapping. Tokenism, gender swapping.
What? Yeah.
Then
I don't like it. Yeah.
Several videos talking about whether it's Marvel. You don't really talk about DC that much. Like I said on my video, you're a Marvel guy. I get that you're probably not, because I'm an indie comics writer, so you're probably not aware of some of these independent comic book characters. I get that. I understand that. But just a simple tokenism and gender swapping is going to attract a certain type of people.
But why? But again, like if I have an issue with that, like I have an issue with that. That's me. Like I have an issue with gender. Why am I supposed to like accept that? Am I supposed to like tokenism and gender swapping? Like I'm not understanding where we're going here, because I don't like it. You know what I mean? Yes, you're right in the sense that I'm against it, and I do talk about that a lot. But if it happens and I talk about it and I speak against it, I don't understand what the issue is. Like, am I supposed to accept that? Am I supposed to just like, tokenism, or like people that are, I don't know, I like people that, or not like people, but more so like the material that consists of that. I'm just not. Why can't I speak against it and not be labeled? Like how can I speak against that? Or are you saying that I have to agree with it? I have to like it, or at least say something about it.
I'm not saying you have to like it. Okay. I'm not saying you have to like everything.
Okay.
So what is your biggest problem? Let's start with tokenism. Okay. Which character do you figure? Can you think of biggest example of tokenism and why you hate it?
Well, let's be clear. I think that there's multiple, and that's kind of what I talked about with the guy last that we just had on. Tokenism, I think, is a spectrum, right? I don't look at it as absolute like that. I think there are various degrees as to what makes it, some characters better. I think it's generally an unfavorable thing. In my honest opinion, I don't like it for the most part, but there are characters that are better handled. Batwoman post Rebirth, that are the tokenized version of Batman. She-Hulk, I've made the argument that she's the best handled, to me, in both major comic books, best handled tokenized character. Supergirl, she's another one. Supergirl's run right now is actually astronomically better than Bendis' Superman run right now. So, you know, like, there's tokenized characters that exist. Not all of them suck to the same degree, but generally, especially now, yes, it's an unfavorable thing. I think that it's lazy. And all those that I admit are better ones, and so there are some who I feel are worse ones. And it's not just in the comic, right? Like, yes, Captain America, for example, Falcon, you know what I mean? I think that's a terrible version of example of tokenism, right? But it's not just that. When I define tokenism, I define it as one of two different things. And one of those consists of, for example, what we're seeing with, let's say, Black Canary, going from her traditional look to being this, you know, biracial woman. You know what I mean? Which is not how she had historically been depicted. I haven't seen the movie, but, you know, I don't know how it's gonna, you know. But I think that's unfavorable. That's unnecessary, because there's no shortage of white actors that could play that role, and there's no shortage of black actors if they wanted one so bad that they could have used, or more so black characters. They could have put I don't know, Vixen or somebody in there if they absolutely had to use a black character. So that's my thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's my thing, is that I feel like it's an unfavorable thing, but there is a spectrum. Like, there's certain characters that are better handled than others that are tokenized, but I do think generally it's an unfavorable thing, especially now because it's happening so often.
Okay, so we'll start with She-Hulk,
Okay.
Supergirl.
Okay.
Back in I say 40s, 50s, 60s, they did make female counterparts
That was
to
the
male
usual
characters.
thing. Yep.
I wouldn't call that tokenism. I think that word in the social justice warrior, which you said when you were debating Ernie, that word has been overused.
Yeah, I will agree. I use it, but it has been overused. I would not disagree with that. I think some people call things that are SJW not SJW. No, they call things SJW that is not SJW. I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
That happens.
So growing up, and this is me I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up G.I. Joe, Transformers, Marvel, DC comic books, the whole nine. But there were very few characters that looked like me. So when I saw a Luke Cage or a Falcon or a Cyborg, I got excited.
Okay.
But they were not getting the best stories.
Okay.
Most black comic book characters, you can't think of any classic storylines where they were the star, because the writers just haven't wrote them.
Okay.
So I look at all this and I'm like, dang, Eric, you have this amazing platform. You could be spotlighting some of these characters that deserve the spotlight.
I do, though.
You have a picture of Bishop, which I think he's one of my favorite X-Men. I think he's underused. I still don't know why he's never led a team. Hell, Iceman even led a team.
Yeah.
And I look at all this
black characters back here. Yeah,
you know,
I got a bunch of them.
Male and female counterpoint parts of these characters, but that's not necessarily tokenism. That's, hey, we have an audience over here. They might like to see this character that looks like them also, whether they're black, white, female, whatever the case may be.
I'm not against that, you know. Well, I think to be fair, I don't think that's. I think that's kind of limiting your like self to your you know identity. I don't think that's necessarily the most the positive outlook. But if that's how you view it, whatever. My thing is, I'm not against people having black characters and so forth. I just don't like to have palette swapped, you know what I mean, or gender swapped versions. Certainly nowadays with all this creativity jumping around, like I don't feel like that's necessary. But I use my play. I don't know how. Like I say, the vast majority of my videos are in the back. I know you can't see it, but the vast majority of my videos have a backdrop that has Black Panther, Blade, Luke Cage, Storm, Bishop, Misty Knight, and Brother Voodoo. Like I just gave you 7 black
the background, but you never talk about those characters.
I always talk about those. I always.
And I saw the video where you talked about you did not want to see Brother Voodoo in the Doctor Strange movie, and you explained why.
Well, I said no. It was more so I would have rather saw him than Brother Baron Mordo
Yeah.
That was more so the position, like, or Baron Mordo as a black person. That's what I was saying. Like, I was saying that what MCU did was inexcusable because they tokenized that character instead of just, again, if they wanted a black character to be part of Doctor Strange's universe, they absolutely the easy go-to would have been Brother Voodoo, but they neglected to do that. But I talk about these characters all the time. I talk about Brother Voodoo. I would argue that like a lot of my fans actually only know about Brother Voodoo because I talked about him. I specifically had a top three.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
You just said a lot of your fans know about Brother Voodoo because you talked about him.
Yeah.
That could be true about any character. That's what I would love.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like I don't talk about them.
Characters.
One more time.
I said I would love to see you spotlight some of these characters.
But I do.
Instead
like
of just talking about the ones you hate.
But I have a literal top like DC characters. For example, I have a top DC characters like video, right? Or in the top Marvel. Blade was on that list. There's a video that I did. Blade was on that list. When I did with Marvel, it was Blade. Sync was on that list, who they recently brought back. Actually, all three of the characters that I included in a specific video, Marvel actually now is expanding upon them. They weren't before. So I like to think that I maybe I agree. I like to think that I do have some influence here. But it's not like I'm not talking about these guys. I talk about these guys all the time. I talk about these guys. I literally have a video saying, like, it's called the top 3 Marvel characters or something of that nature that I think black characters that I think they should expand upon. Sync
so
was one.
tokenism is lazy and gender swiping is lazy, right?
That's what I agree. Yes, that's my position. Yes.
Marvel's based a lot of their material around mutants, which is, you're just born with your powers.
Yep.
Do you think that's lazy?
I mean, that's not necessarily. I think that's what Stan Lee, that was his specific goal, right? Was to, when he created the mutants, was that they needed characters fast, or, you know, the editor, his boss at the time was like, we need some characters fast, and he didn't want to sit there and hash out because it's hard. It's easier to come up with the powers themselves. It's harder to come up with why, right? And how they got them. And Stan Lee specifically created the X-Men because he just wanted to say, hey, what if they're born that way? You know what I mean? And you can call it lazy. I mean, whatever. But I just, I don't know exactly where you're going with that as far as what that has to necessarily do with, like, my position in terms of me calling a palette swap lazy.
You just proved my point, sir.
How did I do that?
You said they didn't want to take the time to come up, with powers and blah, 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 blah. It's the same thing if, you're like, hey, they made a black version of this character or Asian version of this character. They're going with, hey, Spider-Man's popular. Instead of creating a new character and giving him her a new name, we're going to attach this character to an already established property, an already established franchise.
Lazy.
That's popular. Is it lazy?
Yeah, that's lazy. Marketing? That's how. Well, I mean, you call it marketing too. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't know why they do it. I know exactly why they do it. I'm just saying it's lazy. Like that, I know why they do it. I mean, I understand it from a branding standpoint, but it's lazy, and I think it's silly. I just don't think that's necessary to throw that, like, tokenism bone to fools, and they have this idea that people are going to do what a lot of people do, and they're going to accept this version of this character, which is just a swapped version of the same character that they've always created. I feel like that's absolutely lazy, and I will always look at that unfavorably, as in, like, I don't think that's the
X-Men should not be on your wall right now. All those,
but that's a false equivalency
because that's lazy.
But that's a false equivalency because all of the mutants are like that. That's a false equivalency. Like, all of them are like that. Every last one of them are like that. You see what I mean? Like, that's a false equivalency to say that, like, because all of them, there's no difference. Like, all of them have powers that they're just born with, right? Like, that's a false equivalency, whereas you can have a tokenized version of another character, which is just, again, a tokenized version of the other character. Like, that's unique. Like, and by unique, I'm meaning, like, that's an action that you have to go out of your way to do. X-Men, all of them are like that. All, like, mutants, all of them are like that.
Marvel was trying to make Spider-Man a mutant. They were trying to make the Hulk a mutant. They were trying to make every character a mutant one while in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, but like again, like a mutant is a mutant. Like they're saying that they're born that way. Like that's different from like taking a character that already exists and making another version of him. Like, you know what I mean? That's completely different from saying that the character is born with the power. Those are two completely different things. Those are different things.
The only example I look at character swap is Deadpool. Biggest example, or I would call in your term, tokenism. They just stole Deathstroke. Boom, you're Deadpool now. Do you look at that as tokenism?
Well, no, because I don't like. He's white. Like he's a goofball version of like you can. Or I don't know if that's obviously the creation, his name, like Slade Wade. You know, it's clearly a play on that. It's like a goofy version of him, but they don't act the same. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not necessarily that. Like, he's not tokenized because he's white. He's the same race as the other one is. So tokenized would be when I use it. And again, I explain this all the time. I always define it would be race, like a gender, or some sort of swap like that. Of a character. Like, so when we talk Deadpool, that would be like Gwenpool, right? Gwenpool would be that version, right, of Deadpool, right? Where
so that still would be tokenism.
Yeah, that would be of Deadpool, right? But that's of Deadpool, not of Slade. You know what I mean? Like, if DC came up with a black version of that character, then yeah, I would say that's a tokenizer. But that's not what this is.
But it's okay that since Deadpool is white.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Well, it's not that I'm saying that it's okay. Like, it's just it's unoriginal. I'm not saying that it's okay. Like, just because a character is not tokenized does not mean that the character is going to be positive. You know what I mean? Or something like that. Like, no, there's plenty of goofy character versions of the same character that exist that are of the same, like, maybe race or something like that. That can exist, but that doesn't mean it's tokenizing. I reserve that term for specific things. It's not just like, yes, there may be an unoriginal version of a character. Like, I would say, like, Barry isn't the first Flash, right? You know what I mean? So I could consider him he's unoriginal in that sense because he is a Flash like Garrick, but you know, he's not tokenized. Wally would be the tokenized version of it. Like, it's difference between being like unoriginal and being tokenized. All tokenized characters are unoriginal, but not all unoriginal characters are tokenized.
So why do you feel it's your mission to point this out on several videos?
Because
there's
it's
a lot
lazy.
of things to point out in the comic book industry that are broken or need fixing.
That needs fixed. I think that needs fixed. I think that's one of the main things that need fixed because they're doing it more often. They nowadays, like, and they have more money than they've ever had in terms of like not necessarily because of comic sales, more so because of the fact that they have live action depictions of these characters. You know what I mean?
And
like,
do you watch the CW superhero shows?
Some of them, yeah. Most of them, yeah. Only ones I don't really watch now are Supergirl now. Ditched that, and I haven't been like watching like the latest season, for example, of Legends of Tomorrow. But I have watched them. I watched every last one of the shows that are in there.
See, I like Legends of Tomorrow simply because they don't take themselves that seriously. Okay. Would you consider The Flash a black TV show? Since most of the cast is African American and tokenized.
Yeah, they are tokenized. No, I mean, I think there's enough of different races. Like, it's not like a black show in the sense. It's not like where most of the characters within it are black. Yes, you have Iris and her father are black, and Wally obviously is there too. But no, I don't consider that a black show just because black people are in it.
So, do you enjoy the show?
It has its moments. Even with those tokenized versions, I would say it's one of the more tolerable ones, at least for me, out of the bunch, out of the CW shows, along with Arrow as well as those as well. But yeah, like those, they're okay. You know, they can be okay. It's not perfect, obviously, and I'm not saying that's what you're claiming. But yeah, you know, I can find enjoyment in Flash.
What I'm getting at is you do enjoy some tokenized versions of characters.
Yeah, I popped that off with She-Hulk. Like, yeah, I would say She-Hulk's like my I wouldn't say she's my favorite. But She-Hulk is a better handled. Like, I would say she's one of the better tokenized characters. I think, you maybe ask any comic book fan, they have a tokenized version of the character. They're like, oh, this person's okay. But I generally look at the act is unfavorable. Like, I would say if you're gonna give me an original character versus a tokenized version, I'm gonna take the original. Usually 9 times out of 10, or more so 99 times out of 100. Like, it's just kind of how it works.
See, my generation. And I'm 43.
Okay.
I grew up with Wally West as the Flash.
Mm-hmm.
I heard of Barry Allen. I read, some old comics with him in it. But Wally West was the Flash I grew up with. So when the New 52 and they switched and made Barry the main character, mainly because of the TV show, I was like, who is this character?
Okay.
I didn't know him. And I bring this up because you were talking about Captain America, and Ernie was telling you, he was like, Captain America's a mantle, and you replied, you were like, well, that's true, but everybody knows Steve is Captain America.
Yeah, well,
that's
not,
what we had for the longest time.
Just my argument is that I think that's not really a good argument because it completely ignores the fact that we know who this character is. Like, we know Captain America is generally going to always be understood as, for the most part, on average, as Steve Rogers. Even though there's been other people that alternative universes, there's been other people that put on the suit for an issue or two. We know who that character is, and we know how he's been historically. I certainly don't find that equivalent to an equivalency to the whole DC thing with Flash, because they pretty much all of them, definitely Barry and Wally, have pretty much been, they've stood, not necessarily still alone, but they've been expanded upon or been part of the other for quite some time. So Flash, they're being like Kid Flash, you know what I mean, which is Wally, right? Yeah. You got, Wally and.
But I grew up with Barry. Wally as the
Flash,
but
which I understand that, but I don't think that's necessarily equivalency to Captain America. Like, every Captain America, like Captain America is like Batman, right? It's like, yes, there's other characters that may have put the suit on, but Batman is Bruce Wayne, but Flash, I think there's gonna be people that have one or the other because they came up kind of obviously Wally came after Barry, but that's they've been grown upon, like, you know what I mean, where, and again, Barry isn't even the first Flash, you know what I mean, but either regardless, again, that's not necessarily like what we have with Cap, because Cap is like, there's no mantle per se. Like, yes, there's other people that have wore a suit, but who Captain America is. It's Steve Rogers. You know what I mean? It's not a secret to who he is. Like, generally everybody understands, and the vast majority of the volumes in Captain America have all been, for the most part, with Steve Rogers. Anytime he even has somebody wearing a suit, it's like, all right, you could do it for right now, but I'm coming back. It's always been. It's like, the reason why I didn't let him make it on that when he brought that up was because that's not, saying it's a mantle, right, is just to me it's a little dishonest, because it completely disregards like history, right? Like, and history shows that he's been that character forever, man. Like, he's been that character for a very, very long time.
Reset button, and Steve's gonna come back. Bruce is gonna come back. In this case, Barry came back. So, going back to what I was saying, I grew up with Wally. So when they brought Barry back as the permanent main Flash, I kind of, rage quit. I was mad. But I had to understand the nature of comics. They will always come back to this original character. So when you make a video about Falcon should never be Captain America, he's earned his spot.
No, well, I mean, you can say he's earned it, but I think that
it's going to be a temporary change. We all knew Steve was coming back.
Well, yeah, that's not neither here nor there in terms of what I'm saying about that being. That's not like he earned that. See, this is why I thought that using the term cooning was kind of like definitely what you making that argument, because that to me doesn't make sense, because you're the one like saying that he earned a white man's spot. I would never make that argument. That's not a promotion.
Steve's
that's not a promotion to me. Like that.
Do with it. Captain America as a symbol.
No, but Captain America
has been fighting with him for years.
As Falcon.
Way longer than Bucky.
As Falcon. As Falcon,
yes,
though.
As Falcon. So if somebody offers you the chance to be the most important symbol,
but you're the one placing that importance on it, not me. I don't think that's a promotion. I think that's getting the sloppy seconds, and that's what happened. That's literally what happened in the comics, as in he was given the shield by way of the white man. It was the white man handing him down the shield. Like that's why I think that it's hilarious that you could say I'm cooning. You're excusing that. You're saying he's patting the black guy on the head, and you're excusing that. So I would make the argument that your position is cooning before mine, because I'm like, that's whack. Like that's whack. Like that and again, that's not my analysis of it. That's literally what happened in the comics. If you go and he spends like the first issues of like if you go to all new Captain America.
The comic book was horrible.
Again, that's why I'm like, to say that I'm cooning because I have the position that I don't think it's like you saying he earned his spot. Earn what? That's not a promotion. That's him being getting a sloppy second of some white, classically, historically white character. That ain't no promotion. That's you've been working hard, Mr. Black Man. Here's my shield. Here, I'm gonna pat you on the head. I guess you can be Captain America, Mr. Black Man. Here, you can't do this unless I do it for you. And my argument is that he was fine as original Falcon. Yes, I have no issue with him fighting alongside Cap. You know what I mean? If that's what he wants.
Rocky became Captain America. Do you have the same
but
issue?
my thing. I'm not necessarily saying that that's a good idea. My argument is that that's not tokenizing because Bucky's white. You know what I mean? Bucky's white, so we can say that he's not original because he's not. As Cap, he's more original as Winter Soldier, but he's not original as Cap. But when Falcon slides into that, and he specifically was brought in to be, that was the whole point of the all different era, was that they were trying to get these different versions of the character. So the writers literally went out of their way to make a black version of this historically white character. To me, that's fucking insulting. So that's why I can't excuse, and I think it's insane for someone to be like, yeah, well, you're cooning. I'm like, well, what is this? If you gonna make excuses for what that happened in the comic, sir, to that I would say you're the one that's cooning if that's your position. If you're gonna excuse that, then I would make the argument that's what you're doing, not me.
Okay, Eric, I think I'm starting to understand you now. Mm-hmm. I think I'm starting to understand you.
Okay.
You are for black characters.
Yes.
You don't want them bending the knee to the white savior complex.
I probably said that 175,000 times minimum. That's exactly what yes, like I don't want a different version. I don't want a palette swap the version. I don't want that. Give me something that is original. Give me some, and it is not to say that every single original black character is going to stick. Think about all the vast amounts of different white characters that haven't stuck over the years. So it's not to say that they're going to be good just because they're black. Absolutely not. They may fucking suck. What I'm saying is that I just want I just want more originality. I will never accept this idea, which is what the companies do, which is why I say it's insulting. They definitely with how they've done it recently, right? When it leaked out that Black Canary, like DC was not having an open casting for Black Canary. They specifically wanted a biracial, a black Canary. They went out of their way to do it. They're going out of their way, and in the meantime, they could have used Vixen. They neglected to do it. So, like I was telling, the Blerd guy, it's about context. It's not just about the race swap. That's part of it, and that's insulting in itself. But it's also with the fact that every single time they do that, it gives them an excuse not to expand upon either the characters that already exist that are black or the characters that they can create, the newer characters that they can create with this pool of talent that they can choose from. There's independent writers that are itching that would love to work for Marvel or DC. They would love to do it. But instead of getting some writers that can come up with, that have some sort of creativity, they get guys that the fuck they could come up with is, okay, let's just get another version of, Barack Obama's the president. Oh, well, let's go make Miles Morales. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? Like, no, that's not
I'm starting to understand where you're coming from. Now, this is where the whole Falcon thing, because I remember when they announced it, I was on some of these message boards. all the bigots came out, calling him the N-word, all this. It
Well, I
was
would
very
never
negative.
condone that.
And so when you made your video, and like I said, probably wasn't your intent. You were just like, hey, why does he got to be former Captain America? These are the people that come out of the woodworks. This is where I was talking about the cooning, catering to the comic gate bigots.
But why
because these are the ones that will come out of the woodworks.
But see,
like I said,
that's my thing, is that I think you're putting too much stake in what white folk think, number one, because you act like they have the right to first use, right? This is been my criticism of a lot of people from the political side of things, is that when you use that argument, what you're saying is that they get these white folk that you consider racist get rights to first use. Like, I gotta navigate around what the fuck they doing. No, why can't they navigate around what I'm saying? Like, why is it gotta be, well, they're doing this because of look at who you are. No, why do we base what's truth based on what they do or don't do? You putting too much importance in these white folk, man. Like, I don't like that. Anybody doing that, because I have to deal with that from the political side when they be like, well, look at who you may or may not attract. Like, why do they get to inherit the truth? Like, why can't I say and focus, and why can't the person that may disagree with me focus on my argument instead of acting like the white folks that may make an argument or use my argument, which doesn't make sense. Again, that doesn't even make sense when people use that argument, because it ain't like I can hide the fact that I'm black. They know I'm fucking black. You know what I mean? So it's not like if they're gonna use they're not being very good racists, right, or bigots. If the guy that they're gonna try to use to make the argument for them is another black man, that kind of acts antithetical to the other. But what I'm saying is that they don't inherit the truth, and I don't base what I say on what they do or do not do, because they don't have first claim to that. That's why you got to be careful when you use that as an argument. That's not just to you, that's to anybody. You can't like base what is truth on what they do. Like, oh, it's always, well, look at what they think. Why can't we base what we believe or our positions that we have? Why can't we base that on whether or not we have them? Why is it that I got to try to measure up to some fucking phantom white man, and I got to say, well, that guy's saying this, so I guess I got to take the opposite position? Fuck him. I don't care if we cross paths or there's some similarities in how I don't care about that. I feel like my position is valid. My position is valid regardless, and I don't gear my position or try to hold my tongue or base what I say trying to fucking duck and dodge behind some white man, phantom white man, because he might take it a certain way, or he also says something like that. Like, hell no. Why can't he base what he say off of me? Why is my position not as valid? Why can't my position be my position? Why is that it always has to come back to white people that agree or white people that disagree? You're putting too much stake, or stock rather, in what they personally believe in, and I don't hold that position. Fuck them. I don't base what I have to say on what it is that they say. I don't do that. I don't navigate around like the political industry or any industry that I'm in, the music industry, based on, well, there's these white folks that made, fuck them. Like, I'm gonna take my position. They let them base that what they do off of me. Like, I ain't here for them. Like, so we gotta be careful there, because I see that as a reoccurring theme. It's like, well, so-and-so that you may think unfavorably of may say something similar, or they may use something that I say. And to that I say, why does what they say matter that much? Because to me, it doesn't. That's because I don't care. I don't base what I do trying to walk on eggshells, right? Because there may be some white dude that got something to say about what it is that I do. I don't care. Like, I've never made my position based on what the white man or a white man, in terms of what they had to say. I don't base my position on that. I'm like, dude, fuck. I don't care. Like, if they have the position, so what? Like, I don't care. Like, because it's not about them. My position is my position, and I have that position because I came to it by way of analyzing it, utilizing logic, breaking this down, researching. And I came to my position because I came to that position, not because someone had to pull my strings, or more importantly, not because I'm sitting here worried about what some other white dude in terms of how they view it. Like, fuck them, dude. Like, I don't base what I gotta say or do based on what these white folks doing. I don't do that.
Okay, I feel you.
Know what I mean? So that's like we got to be careful. Anybody, and that's to my audience too. Like, it's on, to me, that's on the fault of the person that may be assessing what it is that I say. If they are going to take that and immediately point to what some white folk is doing, like, that's not on me. That's not on me. Or more so, if they're going to use it to do whatever it is, that's not on me to navigate. Why? Because they don't inherit the truth. Like, the truth is not based. They don't have monopoly on that. They don't have monopoly. It's like with libertarianism, right? You get weirdos that be like, well, that's white man's philosophy or whatever. Like, the position is the position. Whether white people hold it or they don't hold it is irrelevant. I believe in private property rights. I believe in self-ownership. I believe in non-aggression. The makeup of the people that may also believe that is completely irrelevant to me holding that position. I don't care. And that doesn't make it wrong or right simply because of that makeup. And I think it's a dangerous, self-defeating thing to do when the thing, instead of looking at it like, okay, is this position right? Is it wrong? What is he saying? What is she saying? What are they saying? Instead of looking at it like this, we're looking at, okay, X person or types of people that we think unfavorably of say that, therefore we got to take the opposite position. And that is a dangerous thing because not always it's the right position. And this is why I say that white folks, the truth is not based on what white people do or don't do. It's not the opposite of what... Agree. What it's not on the opposite of what they do or they don't do. That's not what the truth is based upon. The truth is the truth. It doesn't matter who holds it. So regardless of how people feel about how I say it or what I say, I've been fairly consistent in what I say, and never once have I been one of those guys that's like trying to kiss white folk ass or anything like that. I've been pretty staunchly against. Actually, that's why I have my position about tokenism. That's why I have the position in the first place, because I'm not giving them, I'm not taking that bone, which is what these creators try to do, is that they throw the tokenism. Oh, well, if we just give him a black version of this character, he's gonna eat the shit up. Like, fuck that. Like, go work. If you could spend 30, 40, 50 years developing this white character, you could do that. You can very well do that with what other character. Why should I not hold them to the standard that they've developed, like good characters that it's funny you mentioned Flash. Flash was my favorite character growing up. You know what I mean? So if they can develop a character like that and spend decades developing them, I should expect that to be the standard for the others. And if they don't, I'm not accepting, all right, well, the white character that we spent fucking 60 years developing, why don't we just give them a version that's not white? And then instead of just, again, developing these characters. That's why I don't let them make it, because it's lazy. It's absolutely lazy. And I think that it's insulting because, and it does work, to be fair. As insulting as it might be, it works because you get these weirdos that stand over that stuff. They want a gay version of the character. They want a black version of the character. They want that, and they'll snap, yes, Queen Slay all day long. In the event that tokenism happened, right? They'll be on Twitter all day long, profile pictures. Yeah, Slay, look at this. I'm taking it to the white man. You ain't taking shit to the white man. All you did was accept what that white man gave you because he realized that you were so easily appeased that he realized that he don't gotta work. He just gotta say, fuck it. I don't gotta work. I spent 40 years. We spent 40 years developing Flash, or 60, 70 years developing this character. Fuck that. Why don't we just race change the ones that exist instead of developing again the original ones that we have? That's the route that they take it. To me, that shit's fucking insulting. And that's why I always say it's for losers. I say that shit's for losers, man. Like, I'm not accepting that. Why would I accept that? It's not that I'm against black characters. No. Like, I'm for so many of them. I do videos about them. I will talk about them all day long. But what I won't accept is for some fucking lazy creator trying to throw this tokenism bone and appeal to, let's say, black folks, so they just gave you a race swap version of a character that they've been developing for 70 years that just happened to be fucking white. Like, no. I'm not letting them make that. Like, and to be fair, I think they're going to continue to do that, because I think you would agree, right? You'd agree that these guys like DC and the Marvels of the world, they can do and should do, and tell me if you disagree or not, but okay. I think you agree that they should do a better job of let's say developing original non-white characters, right? You'd agree that they should spend you'd agree that they should do a better job than certainly what they have, because even I remember you talking about how some of these characters they haven't really given them the stories, right? So you'd agree, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you'd agree, I think you would agree that they should do a better job of that, of having these original characters, like in our case, Black.
I agree 100%. Because I look at when they did this big push for diversity. They did what you said, gender swiping and tokenism of the characters instead of creating brand new characters of color and women, female characters. They did that push. It failed miserably. Nobody liked it. It was lazy, as you stated. Instead of, hey, we have these characters, we're not using them, or let's create some new characters. So yes, that failed miserably. And I look at it, and I see film and television, the reason why they are hiring people of different ethnic groups and so forth, or even gender swapping in some characters, is because people want to see themselves. It has worked in the film area. Comic book fans, they don't want to see change. I remember Eric Larson, the creator of Savage Dragon. He stated, hey, this his love interest, I'm not even going to introduce her to 50, 60 issues later. I'm going to have him with another woman because people still want to see Peter with Mary Jane, Clark with Lois, and so forth. Comic book fans hate change. And that could be the death of the comic book industry in some ways. They do not want to see change. So when we talk about gender swiping and tokenism and diversity in comics, which at the end of the day, that's what it's about, it's diversity in comics. I look at the fact that these fans, some of these old fans, they don't want to see any of this.
Well, I think a lot of the old fans, it's less about that, and it's more about they don't want to see the legacy of the characters that they grew up on ruined. I would actually echo that sentiment. I'm not as old as you are, you know what I mean? I'm a generation behind on you because I'm not even 30 years old yet. But like me coming up, like my thing is. And me being a fan of stuff that like predates me, I don't think that's a fair assessment, let's say, of a lot of people. I think a lot of people have no issue with change per se, but they have more of an issue with the change that either feels forced, but more so the change to the legacy of the character. And this is more so attributed to bad writing, because you can introduce a new character without having to shit on the other one. But like Marvel has this the worst. Like Marvel specific, like with Miles Morales, right? This is why Miles got off to the rocky start that he got off on, because they specifically killed off Peter to replace him. Like that's never going to sit well, right? So it's less about. I think Miles would have been a lot more accepted initially had that not been the case. Had it feel like for example in the PlayStation 4 game. It's more he comes in as like a more of a protege, like more of a not even a protege. It's more of a he's looking up to Peter. He has these powers. He's like, what the hell is going on? Like if he was brought in like that, a lot of people would have been more accepting of him. But they specifically brought him in. You had all the writers. I remember this so vividly. You had the writers promoting this. Oh, look at us. We got this black version of Spider-Man. And then they killed him. They killed off Peter to replace him. It's like that was never going to fit well with that audience, right? So I think that the audience, certainly older folks, they have no issue with the change itself. It's the type of change that it is, and that to me is more attributed to the writers and how they do it. Like you can bring up new characters. Like usually, like we look at Claremont's era of X-Men, right? Like
my favorite run.
Right. So you look at though, X-Men had already almost been around for 20 years prior to him. So he had all of these other characters that were coming up that were being created doing his run of different mutants and such. And people didn't have a problem with it for the most part because it was handled well. So it's less about the change. That was a big change. Even like you look at Claremont's era, that was a pretty big change with his relation with Magneto's relationship to Professor X. That was when the retcon happened with him being Magneto being Jewish and like that was never entertained. Them being former friends, that was not entertained. reigned prior to him. So you had like almost 20 years of them doing this, and then they were able to 20 years after the fact, right? Come up with, creative new characters that have stuck. You look at like some of the New Mutants, Kitty Pryde. Kitty Pryde basically is man in the fort right now, and Marauders. Kitty Pryde hasn't been around for that long. She's been around for a while, but not like, she's one of the newer per se mutants, right? Like she's one of the newer mutants. She's not one of the OGs. So that can happen. I think people have no issue with bringing in characters, even characters that are not of, whatever race. Like they could be all these different characters. They have no issue with that. The problem with it, and it's more attributed to the writers, is that it's being done forcing and it's crapping on the legacy of the other characters. Now, I have even a problem with that as well. You know what I mean? Now, I do think there's a significant amount of the comic book community, this kind of a side note, that is less about seeing themselves in terms of their color. Like I know I talk about this all the time, how my favorite character growing up, right, was Flash, white. It was Barry. It was that version of Flash. And I never, and the reason I liked them was because I was a very athletic kid. You know what I mean? I was a very athletic kid. And I was fast. That was my thing. I did that all the way up to the collegiate level. I'm still the school record holder for A&M Corpus Christi. Like I laid my mark. You know what I'm saying? But you can get why. Hey, you have a hero his actual power is to run really, 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 really fast. Right? I was really, really fast. That was cool to me. But it wasn't because he was black. You know what I mean? Or because he's white. Excuse me. I didn't find the need for that. And then now, for example, my favorite character is Batman. And Batman couldn't be any further from me in terms of how he's rich, he's white. Like, I'm neither of those. You know what I'm saying? But I relate to him and I like him for different reasons. And I think that exists. Like, I think Blade, for example, was a character that he's black, right? But he's been a character that has been loved, like definitely by the goth community. Like I remember when that movie came out, like that was like huge with them, like among like people that consider themselves more like goths, right? Even though those guys were usually white, most of the time they loved Blade, but they, it fit that sort of mold, that culture, right? And it did a good job of let's say depicting that. It was a gothic movie more so, but people enjoyed it that were white, but they like Blade. So I think it's less about. I think this is why I think it's a misassessment, at least to me. Mm-hmm. I think that there's plenty of people that have no issue with change, and more importantly, in this context, have no issue with characters that exist that are not of the, let's say, norm, and in terms of what maybe has happened, years ago when these characters were coming out, where most of them were white, right? People have less of an issue with accepting that. I think it's like you just have to make sure that you're not insulting the character's legacy when you're bringing about these characters. And that's what the X-Men Claremont's run, and not even just his run, others' runs did so well that other books still can't figure it out, is because they were able to introduce these other characters from different backgrounds that were mutants. And a lot of people loved them. You know what I mean? That were not traditional in the sense they were not male and they were not white. You know what I mean? So me personally, I think that less people have an issue with change than it is about the right kind of change, right? I think people will accept it to a certain degree, that it doesn't insult the legacy of the characters that they've grown up with. I think it's always going to be a recipe for a disaster, which is why, again, we look at Miles Morales and how he was brought up. That was a terrible way to do it. Like, so that's why he got off to a rocky start. And I still see him as a goofy character. I think he did, like, I don't like him and what have you. But some people see him a lot more favorably than what he was when he first started, because of the way he first started, and because he started again. Yeah. You can't fucking kill off Peter and then like throw him in there and act like everybody's gonna be like okay with it. That was not what happened. You know what I mean? So again, to me, more about it's less about the change, more about the right kind of change. And to be fair to everybody, that takes decent writers. That's why Claremont was able to do it better than everybody, because he was better than everybody. Whereas some people think that, okay, I'm going to lead with diversity. I'm going to lead with color or race or sexuality or gender. And that always is a recipe for disaster because it feels forced. And that's when you get folks making videos like, what the fuck is this whack? This shit is whack. You know what I mean? Whereas there's a way to do it. You can get a new character and make them, like I say, I think one of the more favorable characters that wasn't necessarily brought up in the comics, for example, that DC was able to develop and became more favorable, John Diggle. You know what I mean? And Diggle and they used the show to bring about this character that has really no connection. He's not, he doesn't exist really in the comic books, and he has no connection to Arrow in said comics prior to him being in like the show, right? In the Arrow show. Yeah. But he ended up becoming one of like the best characters in the show. You know what I mean? And so it's not like it can't be done. And I don't remember anybody ever having a problem with Diggle being black. You know what I mean? I don't know anybody that ever made, now that I'm thinking about, I don't know one person that ever like was like, man, they got this fucking, nobody ever, because it felt like true. Like it felt like believable. It didn't feel forced. And that was a new character. So they can do it. They can do it. They just choose not to do it, at least in my honest opinion. Or they get people that can't, that don't know what the hell they're doing. So instead of doing like a Diggle, they do like a Miles, right? Or they do like a whatever goofy fucking Jane Foster or some shit like that version.
Let's go back to John Diggle.
Okay.
Classic film trope. Mm-hmm. He essentially was the magical Negro character that was there to support the white savior.
Okay. That
was his role on the show. Yeah, it grew and he became more of his own man, but that was his job, was to be the support base for and give the advice for the white savior type character. These are classic film tropes. It's I
don't necessarily agree with that. Like I felt like he was a supporter of his roles. Right. Well, he was a supporter. Yeah, I'm not saying that he wasn't a support character for like it's not his show. You know what I mean? His show is his show specifically is his role in the show is to play a support character. Like everybody's role in that show is to play a support character for Arrow. But I don't feel like he was like trying to
issue when he temporarily became the Arrow.
Well, do I have a less of an issue with it? Yes, but he becomes tokenized version of Arrow when he does that. I'm not inconsistent on this, but what I'm saying is he didn't start that way. He wasn't created that way. People wasn't starting to like this character because he was that. Like that was well after the fact when he was doing when he was filling the role.
Had less of an issue when he became.
Well, yeah, I have but it's still tokenizing. Like I'm not accepting it. I'm not accepting.
Why did you have?
No, I'm not inconsistent. Like yes, he still becomes token. They couldn't resist that.
I mean, Falcon. Why did you have? Go ahead.
Well, no, because Falcon, I don't want he's one of the old. I don't want Falcon to be anybody else other than Falcon. That is his original name. He's always been that. I want him to stay that way. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that him becoming let's say John Diggle being Arrow for the short time that he was in the show was a positive thing. Absolutely. I'm not saying it was still tokenized. I'm not inconsistent on this issue at all. I'm saying though, largely what he's understood to be in this show is not Green Arrow, right? And that's fine. They were able to create prior to him being Arrow, they were able to create this atmosphere that grew this character that, yes, he was a support character, but he was not based off necessarily someone else. You know what I mean? Like he was just John Diggle and people liked John Diggle. Yeah, that was fine. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is I'm just using that as an example because that's showing me that it can be done. Like you can have a new original because John Diggle there's no John Diggle like that in the comics books like that prior to him being in the Arrowverse. That was just a completely fucking made up character. You know what I mean? Like that was just something that his
role was just to be the magical Negro character to support.
I don't agree with that. I think he was black, but I don't think his role was to be the magical Negro character. I don't get that from Diggle having watched that so thoroughly, I don't get that from Diggle at all. Actually, I think we're looking too far at like, yeah, he's black and he's a support character. Well, I mean, that shit can be said for every single character in there. You know what I mean? Every single character is a support character of Arrow. It's Arrow's show. It's not Diggle's show.
Do you currently read any books, any comic books, I'm sorry, that star any black or Latino or women characters? Aside from the ones you hate, I'm talking about the ones you like.
Strike Force right now. Strike Force right now is being led by Blerd. Blerd is the leader of a Strike Force. That's the main one. And it's one of the best books, actually, too. Monica Rambeau is also in that book, too. And Strike Force is specifically being led. It's being fronted by an original black character.
So why do you think when DC or Marvel, more so Marvel, DC really doesn't handle diversity well? They kind of just, we're not going to do it. But why do you think when Marvel does release a Black Panther or, heck, even a Storm book or whoever, these books don't sell? Is it just the writing's just bad?
I think that's a combination
black
of
writers. Why don't they sell?
Well, I don't. I think it's less about. This is my thing, and that's actually it's probably the best question that you asked here.
Oh, I got some more.
But the thing about these characters, and this is the failure among certain writers, right? Not always is, and this is why Blerd has worked. Is probably one of Marvel's most aside from Black Panther, which is probably their most successful. But Blerd is one of the more successful characters that they have, is because Blerd never his race is never hyper-emphasized, like never.
That's true.
And the problem with some of the characters is that they become cliche, right? 90s Marvel had this really bad too. But like some of these characters, don't get me wrong, 90s Marvel though had some solid stuff, because 90s Marvel were not afraid to bring up, like I literally just did a video that uploaded today talking about Nomad, right? And how there was a black villain in Nomad named Eptide. And I was like, Marvel back in the day and during that period, still, even with their kind of the cliches, they weren't afraid to like make black villains. So they would attempt, they all didn't stick, but they would
black
attempt.
Villains on it.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So my thing is that, and this is why I think that they don't generally do better aside, is because what we end up getting is cliche, predictable storyline. This is why I've always said that this is the advantage that that the white straight characters have, right? Definitely in current Marvel, just using that as an example. The advantage that they have, it's less about their legacy, right? That's part of it. Yes, they have mountains of source material, right? That's part of it. But it's more about the fact that when you have a, let's say, straight white character, there's no social ill that you really have to piggyback off of, right? So they force the writer to have to be as creative as they possibly can. Whereas to female characters or black characters have to have some fucking like big arc surrounding, let's say, surrounding their race. So what that does is turn a lot of people off. But you got to understand, they fell in love with the other characters for what the development, right? They fell in love with like I fell in love with Flash, not because I didn't give a shit about Flash being white. I fell in love with Flash because of the development, right? If they applied that same like aggressiveness and creativity with the black character, I think those books would do a lot better, right? And I think there's people that are capable of doing it, but the problem is that because they look, oh, it's a badge, right? This person's black, so I gotta have this sort of like, she's literally, again, like we knew what was going to happen in Sam Wilson's Captain America before the books were out, before all new Captain America or Sam, we knew exactly what was going to happen. We was like, they're not going to accept him as a black Cap. There's going to be some big sort of narrative. We knew, everybody called that out. Everybody knew it was going to happen. And that's exactly what happened. That was prior to the first issue even dropping. They knew exactly what was going to happen and they did it, right? So that's telling me that they don't apply that same creativity that they do to the other characters, that more so the white straight character, because they don't have that to go back on, because they look at like their social clout is like the top, right? They're not at any like disadvantage. That's what they look at as. So it forces the writer to like, all right, well, the only thing that we have to grow this character is the story. We don't have no social ill that we can fall back on. If they treated the black characters or any other character exactly, not necessarily exactly like that, and it doesn't even mean that they have to disregard the fact that the character's black. They don't have to do that. They can still acknowledge that. But the thing is, you got to put that same energy and creativity in that you do with those other characters when you're not worried about that. This is what I would do. Like an example, if I was a part of Marvel, I'd say, look, I give you this character, right? You have to show me that you can, for definitely if it's ongoing, give me 12 issues, right? And show me that you can do this without ever acknowledging that character's race. Show me you can do it. And I'm willing to bet the vast majority of them can't. And if they can't, they shouldn't write the book. You know what I mean? Like, I believe there are people that can. Obviously, they do it with the white. They do it with the white male characters. They do that. So it's not like it can't be done. It's that they don't. So I think that's more so what it. And it turns people off because it's like it's predictable. It's like, oh, here's a black character. Let me guess, you're gonna give me some fucking hyper-emphasized racial bullshit in the. Oh, well, here we go. Issue 1. We're already in it. We done hit the first issue and we already going there. People don't want to. That's not why they fell in love. They didn't fall into love with the characters, the white characters, solely because they were white. They didn't half the time that even mattered. They didn't even acknowledge. They did not say that they didn't acknowledge that. You obviously knew they were white. But I'm saying like that wasn't what was hyper emphasized. Where historically, the vast majority of the even the ones that are on my wall, they all for the most part had to do this whole. Fucking, oh man, I'm black. I'm fucking at this big disadvantage. Woe is me, you know, and that makes for a lazy narrative because you're doing that with that Marvel has just the fucking worst, and because they do it with literally every single one. Like, and then they have these like Marvel used to fucking like. They set up to where like every black character in Marvel's universe like knows each other, right? So it's like they go with these fucking narratives. Like these motherfuckers are from the complete opposite end of the damn world, and all of it, you best believe they all somehow link up all together. Where we get Luke Cage, Brother Voodoo, fucking.
I hate when they come out with a book they call it the Crew. Can't have you know like a cool name. We got to be the Crew or the Posse or something like that.
Right. So no, that's what they do. But my thing is, if they didn't do that, I think if they more emphasized just the storytelling aspect of growing the character, which they had, and I think that Marvel and DC their feet should be held to the fire for their inability to do that. Like they shouldn't be allowed to make it like that. And I think that's a bigger problem. This was what I was talking about with the Blerd guy. I was like, why wouldn't I speak against this as much as I possibly can, because they have no incentive. If all they hear is, oh, this is great, this is great, this is great, they have no incentive to change. And I would love to see better developed, more original black characters. Not just black characters, other characters too. And I highlight them. Like I talked about even the Asian characters in New Agents of Atlas. I've talked about Hector, the guy with the time fucking gem within Marvel's universe. I'm like they're trying, right? So if they can make an attempt and it doesn't come off as some like corny cliche, I'm all about it. So but
why is it Marvel gets so much crap? Mm-hmm. But people kind of give DC a pass.
Well, and they shouldn't have one because they fucked up too. And I think more so what's happening now is that Marvel has like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? And Marvel was kind of blatant, not even just that. Marvel definitely recent with the all new, all different shit. They were kind of blatant in what they were trying to do. They were like, yeah, man, we're about to fucking tokenize all of your characters. Like that was what all new, all different was. That was specifically what the whole branding was. Where DC, everything they did was more underhanded, right? It's not to say that they didn't do it, but Marvel was like tomahawking, dude. Like Marvel was like, we're gonna do this. Like we're gonna not only just gonna do it, we about to brag about it, right? Whereas the DC was like, even on the Wally shit, the Wally West, the Black Wally West in DC New 52.
Yeah, that was crap.
Like, yeah, like they did that, but you saw how they did it. It was underhanded. Like they tried to act like the Wally, the other one, didn't even exist. They didn't say anything until there was outrage, and that's why they did Rebirth and they brought Redhead Wally back. But I think if that was a big, I remember that so vividly. That was a big fucking deal, like when it happened. And I think if
they brought him back and made him a killer.
Yeah, then they brought him back in Heroes in Crisis. Thank Tom King for that. But it's one of those things where, and the Flash 4, they're trying to redeem him. But yeah, they do it more underhanded. That's why I think a lot of people criticize it more, is because they go like underhand with it. That I don't think they still should make it. Like when they do the shit, like when they do the weak shit, they should do it. But I think why Marvel gets more crap is because they do it like in your face, and they brag about it like this. Hey, we're coming out with this all new, all different thing, and like literally the whole branding is that we're about to tokenize all of your characters that you grew up loving. Watch this, and then they did it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like DC's more like, yeah, we're gonna do it, but you know, we're gonna try to be subtle. That's kind of changed, and that's why. Like for example, what's happening going forward, like Black Canary and like all of that shit. Like now, people are grilling them for it, and rightfully so. Like, but before they were more underhanded with it, and I think that's why people. But they shouldn't make it. Don't get me wrong. Like I agree that Marvel gets a lot more crap. But DC shouldn't make it. Like they do the same. They do similar dumb shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. They will do it, and that's what I say. I look at people. You know, they give DC a pass for zero diversity over there. Mm-hmm. You're not gonna get it. Mm-hmm. They'll stick one of us on a team and call it a day.
Well, yeah, man, I've criticized them for that one because that's literally what they did with Titans. Like not necessarily what they did with Titans. Like they look. Let's not. I don't want to beat around the bush with this shit. The only reason Cyborg is in fucking. No, not the movie. I'm talking about somebody's in the chat. The show with fucking, goddamn it, with
Doom
somebody. Yeah, Doom Patrol. There you go. Doom Patrol. The only reason why Cyborg is in Doom Patrol is because he's black. Let's be 100%, because it makes no sense for him to be there. He never was historically part of Doom Patrol. Beast Boy was, but he never had. Yeah. Beast Boy was in Doom Patrol before he was in Titans, but he never was in Doom. But the only reason they put him there was because they wanted that black representation, and it comes off kind of like, what the fuck, you know what I mean? And he doesn't also look like he's pretty frail, so he's not even like a believable cyborg either, like at all. He's like this frail kind of. I'm not saying that the actor fucking sucks. I'm just saying that that's not really. He doesn't come off as like this is like believable cyborg. But no, DC does it. DC absolutely. They have their form of tokenizing. It's just under the table. It's not as it's just not as on the nose as they do it. You know what I mean? But I don't give them a pass. Like I talked about Doom Patrol. I've talked about how they handle that and why it shouldn't be acceptable. You know what I mean? So it's Marvel. I think a lot of people are starting to catch on to the shit that DC's doing because of the Birds of Prey shit. But yeah, they shouldn't make it. I don't let them make it at all.
It's crazy. It's a book. I don't know if you read it, by Malcolm Gladwell, called A Tipping Point. Basically, what the book's about is why things become popular. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, you were talking about Marvel or DC. They should invest the same time in developing a black character or Asian character, whoever, that they do these white male characters. And in the book, he was talking about Blue's Clues and how little 5 and 3-year-olds learn. They will keep showing the same show for 5 days, repetition. And they were saying older people, especially in this generation where social media influencers like yourself are so important. I'm actually honored. I just joined YouTube 2 weeks ago. And that you would even, take time out of your day, out of your schedule. You have other stuff to do to even, find out like, hey, why do you think this way? Because, your brand is important to you. And, so I appreciate that. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I really do appreciate it. So in this this time where we have social media influencers, he gave another example about the shoes Hush Puppies. They were dead for years. Nobody bought them. Nobody's paying attention to them. So one day, a photographer for a magazine saw some in a thrift store, put them in an ad. All of a sudden, all these influencers are like, oh, I got to have those. More recently, the Fire Festival, they paid Kylie Jenner, one of them Jenner chicks, $200,000 or $500,000 just to advertise it on her Twitter. So I look at all that, and I look at channels like yours and see the impact that you can have on people, good and bad. And I look at this, there is a responsibility. Like you said, hey, I'm going to call it out. If I don't like something, I'm going to call it out, bring awareness to it. Hopefully something will change. No problem with that. But, and that's the part where you can't control, and this is where I was saying people will latch onto it, form their own narratives around it, even though you're like, hey, Captain Marvel sucks. That might have been the only comment you made. Other people will add stuff to that narrative, and whether it's sexist, whatever the heck they want to add to it. You have no control of that. So there is a responsibility that comes with that power. And I think that's what Ernie was trying to say when he was saying be positive and things like that. I just went on a whole train of thought.
I'm listening. I'm following you. I'm following you. Because what you're saying is, I was definitely in this realm, which there's not definitely a lot of black folks, but a lot of content creators in general, really, because it's kind of niche, right? With comic books. So you're saying that, I possess this platform. Therefore, it's, one way or another, for good, for bad, there's going to be folks that latch on to something that I say. So I can either use that for this or use that for that. And I get that. My thing is, and while I understand that the power exists, I try to be, and this is why I want to have as many conversations as I can, realistically speaking. I can't talk to everybody, but realistically speaking, I try to have definitely people on that deviate from me. I have more people, for example, on my channel to debate and discuss than I ever have agreeing. And the reason why I do that is because the one time that I'm able to explain what my approach is like this, right? Dialogue, right? So, because, I get it. Depending on what kind of videos people watch of mine is going to warp their perception of my material, right? And that's fine, whatever. But I feel like I'm owed the respect enough because, for one, I'm willing to do things like this, but also I make content and I'm pretty like thorough in how I approach doing things, right? I'm pretty like the Captain Marvel. It's a big example of this. Captain Marvel, there was a bunch of creators that were talking about, Brie Larson and their issues with her, right? Well, I'm not necessarily saying that their position is illegitimate, right? Or legitimate. I don't really even care to discuss it. My arguments never centered around her. My arguments about why I didn't like the movie, as an example, did not center around Brie Larson. Or why I have a problem with the character. It does not center around Brie Larson. I don't even care. I didn't even know who the hell Brie Larson was until she was acting in this role. I had no idea who this chick was. And that's, to be fair, that's like that with most characters. You know what I mean? Because I'm a comic book guy and I'm an action guy. I don't really watch movies outside of that. So if the character didn't appear in one of those, I probably didn't know who the person was. And I'm not a movie buff like that. So my thing is that I was very thorough in how I approached my criticism. And I feel like there's enough of my work out there, definitely now. And I'm always building my resume and updating it, where people, if they want to find out where I'm at, they can either, one, contact me, because I'm a guy that, like we're doing right now. You say you just started your YouTube. I already have you on, right? Like, I have no issue doing stuff like this. And I can't do it all the time, but I have no problem doing stuff like this. But also, I have enough material out there, which is what I was saying to the last guy I had, to where I can point to that material and make my argument around that. Like, I didn't introduce anything new. I was telling in between us having you on and getting off the line with him, I was explaining how I never introduced anything new to as far as what I said. It was new to him. There's a difference. You know what I mean? And it's not like the material that doesn't exist. So my thing is, and I'm not saying I'm the perfect content creator. I never pretended like I ever was. But my thing is, I have enough material I feel like to give people a legitimate perception of who I am. And if they go out of their way to pigeonhole me into something else and saying that I'm doing something that I'm not, or they think that, to me, that's on them. They've either neglected to do what I think they should do, reach out to me, or they haven't took the time, which, well, again, I was criticizing the last guy for, to actually go look at my material. Because his first argument, as an example, Blerd, right? His first argument was something, he was centered around, okay, and I tried to stop him from doing it, and he still did it. But he was like, hey, it's funny how these people say this about character. I said, hey, I know the argument you're about to make. Don't make it. He's like, no, I'm talking about you. I said, okay, continue. He continues, says they don't talk about or promote or give a platform to the characters that are of, because people talk about them one original characters, but they don't talk about the original characters. I said, I tried to stop you from doing that, and you made a mistake. Because all that material exists. I have top 3 and top 5 videos of original black characters that I've stated Marvel and DC should expand upon. I've done numerous amounts of videos on characters that I love that are not white, that are not male. You know what I mean? They all exist, but it was new to him. So to me, while I acknowledge that the power exists, I feel like I've done more than enough to give people enough material for them to get an honest assessment of who it is I am. And if they still, with all of that evidence existing, goes about it in a way that or makes an assessment of me or my material and say I'm doing something that I'm not, that says more about them than it does about me, because they had to go out of their way to ignore the material that exists or ignore the fact that I'm an easily contactable, like you can email me, you can tweet me, and I can't, granted, yes, I get a lot of emails. I can't reply to everybody, right? But I'm pretty responsive to people, certainly more responsive than a lot of other content creators are. So my honest opinion is that if people making a wrongful assessment about how I use my platform or the type of material that I put out, I feel like they're going out of their way to do that. And that's a mistake. That says more about them than it does about me. You know what I mean? Because I have it, like, for example, with this conversation, as well as the other, more so with him, I had not said anything new. Like, there was nothing that I introduced new to that conversation, but it was brand new to him. And that right there is the mistake. Like, and this is why, and that's not something that I think should be, like people that are followers of mine should no, I think every individual could better their own lives by taking that route. Like, analyze it in the best way that you can. And if you analyze it like that, and the evidence that's presented, you can form your opinion on it, and it is what it is after that. But don't half-ass it. Like, I think you owe it to, definitely if you're going to make a positive claim about somebody, you owe it to that person to at least be honest with it. And some people aren't, because they cling on to narratives as opposed to evidence. You know what I mean? And I feel like, because I put out like 2-3 videos a day sometimes throughout my like a month period where I'm killing. I'm dropping 60 videos or something like that throughout a month. There's too much evidence that exists that shows me doing this or doing that. For somebody to make a claim to the contrary, I think, me personally, that says more about them than it does about me. Which is why, again, I like having conversations like this, because it allows me to put you on game, to put anybody on game, to say, hey, okay, this is what it is. This is my position. This is why. And just like I said, when I'd agree, I think you'd agree, you probably have a better assessment. Having this conversation with me now, you probably have a better assessment, a more educated assessment of who I am and why I have my position that you did before you had the conversation, right?
Of course.
All right,
And
exactly.
my
And to me,
assessment
that's worth it.
The interview, the conversation, because I like to call these conversations
Okay,
that you and Ernie
that's what it
Blerd
is.
without fear had. And he touched on it a little bit. He was said a lot of what he saw as far as your videos came from that YouTube algorithm. So that algorithm, can put up some videos that are, quote unquote, quick clickbait or will appear, I guess that's a fair assessment, will appear to be clickbait worthy. And sometimes those might be your most popular videos.
Okay.
You could be talking about, hey, let's all go out and hug everybody on 20 videos.
Yeah.
YouTube doesn't like that.
Put
It's going to take that one video where you're like, you know what, Captain Marvel's stupid, cancel the whole book franchise, and that's the video that everybody's going to see. That algorithm works like that. It's weird. But yes, doing y'all the conversation you and Ernie had, it was a little tense at one moment. One moment I was like, oh, it's over. And then y'all both kind of calmed down and y'all just start talking to each other, not talking at each other. You just start talking to each other. And, I think y'all ended it on pretty good terms where y'all did, have a good understanding of each other. It's like, okay, let's let the egos go. Let's just talk. Let's just have a conversation. We're not going to always agree on everything, but hey, I see your point. You see my point. We're both, we have two different fan bases. We're discussing two different things. And y'all left it at that. And that's how conversation should be. We're not always going to be like, you know what? I agree with you 100%. That's never going to happen with anybody. Anybody's ever been in a relationship they'll know that 100%. Sometimes you got to know when to, you know what? I'm going to let her win. I'm going to shut up. It happens.
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
Again, I'm glad that y'all had that conversation. I think he learned a lot about you. You learned a lot about him. And I'm glad we're having this conversation.
Yep, for sure. Well, most definitely. Well, again, I appreciate you coming on. I'm going like 4 hours on my lapse time.
Oh wow!
So I want to talk to. I appreciate you coming on. I want to talk to the to my guys. I got a bunch of super chats that I need to go to as well, and I need to acknowledge them. So again, I appreciate you coming on. And good luck. On your YouTube and your content creation.
Thank you. Follow me. That indie comic guy. I appreciate your time, man.
I appreciate that, man. Take it easy.
You too. Bye.
Yep. Okay, so there we have it. So same thing as the last guy. Yeah, probably agree. I didn't introduce anything new. I'm not saying anything new to these people that are having these conversations with me. This is why I like to have these arguments, right? Because I'm right. Like, I'm just like, can we be honest here? I'm right. Like, let's fuck, man. Like, what y'all want me to say? I'm not gonna sit on in front. I'm right. And when you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. So if I'm right, I'm researched. I understand where it is that I'm coming from. Because I don't have a position just for the sake of having a position. No matter who I get on here, it's going to sound repetitive, right? Because that's just what it is. Like, I'm not introducing anything new. There's nothing that I introduced that was new in either of those conversations. But they both came out with a better understanding. That's just the approach here, man. Like, and the reason why I'm able to do that, the reason why the approach is that way, is because I'm not fronting for y'all, YouTube, all my members and my subscribers. I'm not fronting. Like, what y'all see is what y'all getting. This is real talk, baby. This is 100% real talk. Like, I don't put on a front for YouTube. I don't. I don't put on a front for YouTube, man. Like, this is all fucking real. You know what I mean? It's all real talk. So even if you agree with me or disagree, you at least know that much. I'm honest and I'm genuine. And I think most people are gonna be able to respond to that in some way, shape, or form. Positively, let's say that. If anybody can respond to anything, but more positively. You know what I mean? That's all, man. Let me go through these super chats, man. What did I miss? Congrats, bro. $20. Congrats, bro, thanks for being a man of reason and reaching out to people who disagree. Much love, bro. That's $20 from my man Ooga Booga. That's like $80 from Ooga Booga there. $2. It said 400 watching, only 42 likes. Come on now. $5 from Paragon. Now, Ooga Booga, man, you've donated almost $90 or something like that today, man. You've been amazing. Appreciate all the super chats. Vertigo did that to extreme, and that's the part why they failed. That's actually that's a good point. I wish I saw that super chat earlier. Actually, that's one of the big reasons why they failed. You know what I mean? Because they went into it with the wrong reasons, or for the wrong reasons. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, like, I'm just giving you to y'all straight, bro. Like, it's fucking like, it's not me that's in an echo chamber, right? And this is my criticism. If I have one criticism of either of the two people that I argued with today, it's that I honestly feel like it would benefit them both to actually have discussions with people that they disagree with. The reason why I feel that way is because they would not only better understand their quote unquote opposition, but it would make them make more educated assumptions. You see what I mean? Because both conversations started off one way, ended completely different. But it wasn't because of anything I necessarily said that was different. I just said what I said. And that's why I love the fact that it's a stream. Because I haven't said anything that wasn't already understood, that shouldn't have already been understood. Or more so, I haven't said anything that deviates from the type of content that I make. Nothing. There's nothing that I introduced to this conversation that I have not said before as far as information about me. Nothing. It was nothing new. It was just me reiterating what they had not consumed of my own media. That was it. That was it. So I encourage people to go, definitely them if they have any aspirations to be successful content creators, if they're going to jump in this bubble of all black folks that disagree with me or this, and that, you're not even talking to other black people. Because I'm not the only black person or the only non-white male person that has the positions that I have on the things that they maybe take issue with. And they would know that if they dare to actually have more conversations with them. And that's what I encourage them to do. Because there's literally nothing that I said today that I have not already said before. Nothing. It was nothing that I said. This is why when the conversation with the first guy went like the way that it went, I was the one that brought it. Because he was about to rage quit. Because he went that whole route of like, when it went to the, which is so weird. I didn't know if it was a low-key threat, but like that whole, like when it went to the whole, I don't think you talk like that to me. It's like, you got the wrong guy. You know what I mean? Like, if it's one guy that's going to probably act exactly like he acts because he has to, it's me. Like, I don't have the luxury. Like, those guys probably have nothing that exists outside of YouTube. Neither one of them. That they're at least known for. Not me. Definitely a person that, I play this very, very aggressive music, right? Where, you can come like, come on, bro. Like, so, like, I'm gonna talk to you the same way here that I would talk to you in an event that it went where it went in person. You know what I mean? So, but that's not on me. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't on me. Like that was on. To be fair, that was on that guy. That was on him. He's the one that went there. Like he was the one that I checked him. I had to. And it wasn't like I was being disrespectful. I was just like, dude, you cannot make an argument that I have or claim that I'm making an argument that I'm not making. I'm not about to sit here and listen to that shit. And he was about to rage quit after that. He was like, we're not going to walk away from. I was like, no, speak for yourself, buddy, because I may walk away and you have the potential to walk away better understanding where I'm coming from. But you have to actually engage in a legitimate, honest, cordial conversation with me. But he was about to rage. He almost rage quit. But he didn't. I brought it back on the rails. He was like, I'm gonna go talk to him. I was like, no, dude, because and the reason why I was able to do it was because he tried to go that route of well, you reach out to me. I was like, no, ain't no me reach out to you. You're the one about to walk away from this. I'm not. I'm here. Let's talk. Let's fuck this fucking ego wrestling shit. Well, you wouldn't say that. Yes, nigga, yes, I would. I'd say it to you fucking nigga, I've been fucking shot at. Nigga ain't fucking, I'm from your, I'm come on, man. Ain't no fucking just trying to get some fucking dick measuring contest over fucking YouTube. If you gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation. Fucking doing this fucking dick measuring shit, fucking ego wrestling. You wouldn't say this to me. Man, fuck all that. We're gonna have a conversation, and to his credit, he got there, and we got it back on the rails, and we had a legitimate conversation, and he came out of it agreeing with me on some things. That's what it's about. That's what it's about, man. You know what I mean? It's just fuck, man. Ain't no fucking sign. I'm not one of these weirdos, man. Fucking high-siding on the internet. I hate that shit. I hate that fucking house fronting shit. I don't have the luxury of doing that. Other people do because that's all they do. They're if you could just, hey, I don't have a conversation with anybody other than the people that I agree with, and every conversation is over the internet. I don't fucking have that luxury because my profession doesn't allow me. My profession forces me to actually have to engage with people in person. And I'm okay with that. I actually prefer that over fucking arguing over the internet, to be honest. Fucking getting fucking dick measuring. What the fuck we doing, man? Some dick measuring contest about who gonna do what to who in person. Ain't no fucking, that ain't helping nobody out. Because for one, I will. And for two, it's the fuck. If the idea is to have a conversation, there's no reason for it to even go there. But I was like, hey, I perform all over the fucking country. I mean, I was asked where you're from. It's Memphis. Oh, it's funny, Memphis. I went to school in Memphis. I know Memphis very well. Those are my old stomping grounds. You know what I'm saying? So it's fuck, I ain't gonna fucking talk to somebody in fucking Memphis. Come on, man. I've been doing this, man. Blue suede shoes and all that shit. Walking in Memphis, man. Ain't no shit to meet somebody off fucking at Perkins, man. Poplar Avenue, whatever y'all want to do, man. We can just have a conversation. The fuck, man. Fuck, we dick measure with each other on fucking internet, man. It's all right, let's do it. Okay, so what, we're gonna have the same exact, listen, I don't know how that guy's gonna act or anybody else. I'm not gonna act any different than I act here in person. Because I'm the same fucking guy. The same fucking guy. You know what I mean? Ain't no fucking high siding over here. We don't front over here, man. God damn, man. Fuck we doing, man. Y'all think I want to fucking sit up and get in some ego wrestling dick measure contest? Somebody on the fucking internet. We can sit up and talk about who gonna not do what
we got a Mac
all day long. That don't mean shit. Because for one, I'm gonna do the same thing that I've always been doing. That's number one. That's where it starts, right? It starts there. I am not changing for nobody. for fucking nobody. He ain't changing for fucking nobody, yo. But it's like pointless. Like, we're not advancing this conversation by dick measuring. That's all I want. I was like, look, we can have this conversation here, but if all we doing is if we take it somewhere else, that's all it's just gonna do is just go somewhere else. Cause ain't no fucking, it is what it is. No, social media and show people as an example. I'm going to maybe. I am gonna leave this live though. I did say I was gonna leave it live. We're gonna leave it live, and that's just what it's gonna be. I must have missed so much. Yeah, you did. You did good tonight, Ripper. You got through. Yeah, I got through the both. My job here is done. I'm excited. You know what I mean? Like, and I came out of that, even if, you know, which I don't think both of them came out thinking I'm some asshole, but even if they did, I feel like it was an accomplishment because I got both of them to admit that they at least better understand where I'm coming from. And that to me is what it's about. That's what it's about. I can't change everybody's mind, but, you know, if you come out of it with a better understanding, I feel like that's worth something, huh? That's worth something, huh? Jason Static, $2 says Pastor Ripper. Like, I'm giving y'all real talk. Like I say, I think I've done a pretty solid job of letting you guys know that how genuine I am, right? Like, that's what it's about with me. Like, I'm not front for anybody on this internet shit. Like, it's just, to me, and that makes for better content. Like, I'm not gonna ever be the most popular guy because I don't make fucking whatever Emergency Awesome and all those fucking whatever those guys are, where they just make this like generic fucking shit. Like, I'm never gonna be those guys, right? And you can't be that guy by approaching it that way. But I know the guys that fuck with me for me. You know what I mean? Like, because I give it to you straight. You're not always going to agree with me. You know what I mean? But you at the very minimum, you know that I'm giving it to you for 100. I'm giving it to you 100. At the very least, you can at least say that. You can say, man, fuck, like, I might not like his content. It's not my cup of tea. But at the very minimum, you know, I am genuine. I am honest. I am thorough in the work that I put out. I don't fucking do any of that shit. Emergency also too much special. Yeah, man, it's crazy. But that's the type of shit that's like literal click. It's funny how somebody can claim that I'm clickbaiting, right? And it's like, that's what I never understood. I didn't mention this to either of those guys, right? But that's what I never understood about people that suggest that I like the videos, for example, where I'm like not liking something and they suggest I'm doing that for views. And I'm like, the stuff that gets the most views on YouTube is not the stuff that is disagreeing with people. It's the stuff that like cosigns everything, right? Like I say, the speculation, theory, everything good, just straight up historical, mundane, run-of-the-mill, not saying anything offensive. That is the type of material that gets the most views, not my shit. My shit doesn't get, no. Like, I will never be those guys because I am inevitably going to say something that I disagree. You want to talk about the people that are fucking faking? The people that are faking are the guys that just have everything positive to say all the fucking time. Those are the motherfuckers that's faking it. Thing was attempt to devalue your content and make it seem like the good guy because but again, like, that's funny how it acts opposite to the other in terms of the logical position, right? If I actually make content that I disagree with, right, or not necessarily make content I disagree with, more so I make content and I put forth my opinion in things that I disagree with. You know what I mean? That's in itself is telling you that I'm not, and definitely if I do it on the opposite side as well, when I make content about material that I do like or I do agree with, that's telling you right there that I'm being real. The people that aren't being real are the motherfuckers that's trying to play that generic shit. You know what I mean? I'm not the guy that's being phony here. I'm not the guy that's being like fake trying to bait. Like, that's not me. It's the people that are baiting are the ones that are not being honest. I at least will be honest. Even if I know when I upload a video, like, it's gonna be a sector of people that don't like what I gotta say. Still gonna upload it. And I ain't never been a motherfucker like, man, that's kind of fucking edgy, or that's kind of fucking like, man, somebody's gonna disagree with that. I don't know. I make this motherfucking video, I'm pushing upload, I don't give a fuck. However y'all take it is how y'all take it. But like I was explaining to both of those guys, I feel like that's my audience. My audience of people fuck with me because of that. Because they respect that I'm a content creator that just don't fucking do shit just to be doing shit. You know what I mean? Like, if I really wanted the most views I could possibly get on YouTube, I would make the most generic, all positive, speculative material that I could possibly make. Where I just sit up here and make theory videos. I do generic breakdowns. So, you know, when you do break down something, but you don't have like an opinion on it, like you just, hey, this is what happened. Like, I would just do that. That would give me the most views. Not this shit. What I'm doing now doesn't give me the most views. So I never understood the whole, where you're baiting people. Like, okay, well, if I'm baiting people, I picked a weird avenue to bait. You know what I mean? If that's the case. That's a kind of a weird thing. All right, David, appreciate you stopping by, because I'm not doing this to be effective, clearly. I'll never understand why people do that. Well, I understand why. No, I'll take that back. I understand why people do it. What I don't understand is that, to me, for me, it's too much. Definitely for a person like me, I can't speak for everybody else, I guess, but there's just too much material that I have out there, man. I have too much material for people to make wrong assumptions about me. And I'm too accessible. I'm one of the most accessible content creators like that exists, because I respond to my audience. I make ways for you guys to contact me. I tweet a lot, you know, not necessarily tweet a lot, but, you know, I respond to tweets, you know what I mean? I respond to comments. Like, you guys see me in my YouTube comment going back and forth all the time. Like, I'm one of the more accessible. I have all these debates with people that disagree with me. I'm one of the most accessible YouTubers I'm not necessarily a YouTuber. I guess that's why I'm so accessible. But I think a lot of people have echo chambers. And I think they project when they claim somebody else has one. Because I don't live in no echo chamber. I actually have more debates with people that I disagree with than I like. There's nothing to talk about if we agree, right? At least to me. I mean, I guess we can have a powwow about what's positive going on, like, that we agree with, which that's fine. But I'd rather talk to somebody that disagrees with me. Let me get some challenge. And then we walk away from it. You know, maybe I learned something. Maybe you learned something. That's what it's about. It's about fucking echo chambers. I don't do that shit. Let's have a conversation. But that shit doesn't work. Like, the whole, like, and that's what people that do come at me have to understand, the whole coon, misogynistic, racist, toxic. You have no power here. Five. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. $5 from RJ Magpie says, I don't know why, but your content reminds me of a comic book review in the style of Tommy Sotomayor. Have I heard it? Yeah, I know exactly who he is. But I'm knocking that shit down. When somebody pulls those cards on me, I'll be knocking that shit down,
Looks
man.
like we got a Mac in a super chat.
I'm knocking that shit down, man. You come at me with that, like, oh, we're racist, misogynist. I'm like, bro. Like I'm not about to sit here and like try to defend myself against I almost used the R word, y'all. I'm not gonna sit up here and defend myself against a stupid position that I don't have, right? Like I have no reason to do that. I'm just gonna tell you you're wrong. If you want to sit there and have an argument with yourself about some shit that I never argued, fine. But I'm just gonna tell you that you're wrong. Like that's not my position, right? And I'm not about to sit up here and try to defend myself or validate you for having the wrong position about me. Fuck I look like. It's fucking dumb. The only part talk to people you agree with, only look at the positives and you'll never fix the negatives. But see, that was the argument that I made to both of them. Both of the guys that we talked to today is that there's value in talking about the bad. I think that's you're just sitting here talking about everything that's good about it. It doesn't fix the problems. That positivity people are also usually the ones that act like the sky's falling out because social media and political. Well, no, it's also the guys that make the biggest deal out of people that disagree with them. Like that's never negative. It's never negative to say something about a person that's wrong. That's never negative, right? That's never toxic. Motherfucker can call me a fucking coon, right? Which is a literal racist term. It's a literal racist term, right? That shit's fine. These anti-racist motherfuckers, right? These anti-racist motherfuckers, they can say that shit. There'll be the main motherfuckers that be like, well, calling me all kinds of shit. Well, the guys you were dating was so predictable. Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, that was predictable. That's why I said, man, like it's like, dude, I'm not introducing anything new to you guys. Like I'm just saying, like, so I'm not gonna apologize. I mean, you guys, you probably just were. I can see where you guys get frustrated because you hear me say the same thing over and over and over and over and over. So I know people messaging me like, dude, you should have cut this guy off all the time. Like y'all got to understand that it's different because they don't see it in the lens that, let's say, we see it in, unfortunately. So it's, I get it. I get why you like.
Looks like we
you're
got
like,
a
you
Mac
get
in
it.
the
So you're
super
like, why the
chat.
fuck does this guy get it? Cut him off. Fuck this guy. Like, sorry, man. Like, it's just kind of what it is. I love raccoons. And Paradox is a great example. The internet went up in flames over the Sonic trailers, but they changed it. Now every excited negativity can be a good thing. Yeah, like that's actually probably the greatest example of greatest modern example of a studio not being so arrogant to the point to where they took the criticism, right? And they changed it. So it worked. Because if the studios, not the studios, if everybody was like, man, Sonic looks different, but he's awesome, they would have never changed it. They would have had no incentive to change it. But they did it. I don't know whose fucking bright idea it was. It looked stupid. Had a big outrage, and the studios, credit to them, were like, all right, guys, if we want to operate at not at a loss, we probably should change this shit. So they changed it. And there we go. So here we are. Peterson, I would love to see a reaction to his nonsense. I've seen some of his videos. That shit definitely the weirdos that are complaining about pandering. Well, yeah, no, that that happened with the Ghostbusters things. Like Ghostbusters obviously went a different route from the 2016 whatever version of the crappy Ghost Riders and all Ghostbusters, and you had like blue check marks that were all mad because they went away from that. You can't be pleasing toxic fanboys. Like, God damn it, man. These fucking weirdos, man. Fucking weirdos, man. They're basically saying, hey, don't try to correct something that was a mistake. You should double down instead. That just lets you know how kind of a lot of these like mainstream leftists, how they operate. You gonna get back on that feet? Maybe, man. Not no time soon, man. I had a really tough weekend league on FIFA, man. I had a really tough weekend league on FIFA this past weekend, man. It started off kind of strong. We were streaming over at Twitch, but man, those last couple of games, man, I was getting you could like see the dynamic difficulty adjustments, man, on that game. It's just so fucking fake. Like EA, or not EA, but more so like Coriander and all of these FIFA community managers swear to God that they don't have like DDA in that game. And anybody that plays that game knows that your players start acting like idiots in some games when you go up like 2-0, right? You go up 2-0 and now all of a sudden the fucking players just start fucking like falling over themselves. Your passes is not going where they like. It's a clear gameplay change, man, but they like to act like that shit don't exist. Like, oh, we don't have a kickoff glitch. We don't have no dynamic difficulty. Yeah, sure, the coding exists, but we don't put it in our online game. Stop lying. Stop lying, man. Everybody knows there's a script that kicks in on that game when you go up on certain games and you go up 2-0 against somebody else, and then there's clearly different gameplays, man. We're not stupid. All right, let's recap. I am at $11.11 worth of direct donations and $204.49 worth of yeah. I like it a lot. Thanks for all the direct donations, super chats. You guys make the world go round for me. We are going to be moving next week, bros. We're almost there. At the end of next week, I will be moving to the no spot, looking up some lighting, stuff that I'm gonna do with the shit, man, bro. I'm telling you, bro. We're gonna be cooking with grease, y'all. I'm telling you. We're gonna be cooking with grease. It's gonna be a lot more visual, a lot more presentable. The presentation is going to be like crazy once we get a new spot for the streams and for the regular videos. How to web chat you? I want to debate you one day. Email me at info@ericdjuly.com. That's info@ericdjuly.com. Ginger Wally West is my favorite Flash. Is Emilio Vargas, and I always hated the tokenized Wally. They could have made a black character a speedster in his own. Well, yeah, that was always an option. Like, yeah, that's very true.
Looks like we got a
that's
Mac
always
in
an
the
option. He didn't
super
have to
chat.
be a Flash. Like they absolutely could have had. They absolutely could have had. If they could have, they could have did that, but they neglected to do. Like the Wally, I really want to do another video about that because the Wally West thing, the new 52 Wally West, that was a lot more bad than what it looks like on the surface. That was a real grimy thing that DC tried to do. That was a real bad thing that they did there. And it's not just about but I've talked about this on stream and how like if there wasn't a big outrage, they were going to act like the redhead Wally West did not exist. They actually tried it, bros. It just didn't like work, but they tried it. They tried to like erase his ass from existence. They put this black motherfucker in like nobody was gonna notice, and they called him what? That what they almost tried. They tried it. It just didn't work because he's such a liked Flash. They tried to like, and then like that was solely the reason. I would argue that the response to Black Wally West is why Rebirth happened. Oh boy, that was pretty bad, man. I want to do another video because I don't think people really understand how bad that was. Like I don't know what they were thinking. They think like nobody was gonna notice. Didn't even make any fucking sense. Now there's two Wallace Wesses, and it doesn't make any sense. They try to do, oh well, he's this person's uncle on that Iris's dad's grandfather's side or some shit. I'm like, oh my God, they tried to do it, man. They fucking tried to do it, and it didn't work. God damn, man. They tried it. They tried that, y'all. Assholes, bros. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna bounce there. Tell lady she did a good job on his wings. I am going to rest. I have to be up probably at 5:30. So I got about 6 hours. Actually, about 6 hours even right now. If I go to sleep right now, which is not gonna happen. I need to be up probably about 5:30. So I'm gonna leave y'all. I got 2 videos dropping tomorrow morning. It will be a video about. Can I tell y'all the videos? I don't think I could tell you. I think that would like be stupid of me. I have 2 videos dropping. I will say that they're comic book related, but they're not comic book related. You can take that don't even make any fucking sense, but that's how I'm gonna define them. They're comic book related, but they're not comic book related. Good luck. Good luck on whatever the fuck that means. I don't even know what it means myself. Fuck that means. But good luck. You guys be easy, man. You guys have been amazing. I will leave this live. I'm gonna make this public. So you will be able to see it. I hope you guys enjoy yourselves. Have a great night. Until next time. Y'all be